Welcome everybody to the Apparition Launch Party. Kicking things off, we're going to be introducing the Apparition team. So without further ado, first and foremost, the man that brought us all together, Tom Marvelli.
Hey,
Tom, how you doing?
Great, thanks, Eddie. Yeah, again, thanks again for hosting and putting this together for us. It's been an incredible journey, and we're finally here. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Yep. It's been a road. It's been a road,
Yep.
but we are here. Yeah. So thank you. And
Absolutely.
thank you for choosing A to Geeks to do this. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
Amazing. All right.
Yes.
Next up, Tom, for those of you who don't know, is the writer for all of the books at Another Door Comics. And next up, we'll be introducing the main illustrator on Apparition, which is Daniel Maya. Yeah, let me get rid of this.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi,
Dan.
Eddie. Hi, everyone.
How you doing, Daniel?
Hi, Tom. Good evening
Hey.
to everyone.
Oh.
Good evening on my end.
Yeah, it's true. It's pretty late over there, right?
It's almost early.
Almost early. There you go. That's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it.
Not it's not that much. It's the middle of the night. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for joining. We really appreciate it, especially in the late hours, especially since you're going to be drawing a giveaway throughout this entire stream. So kudos to you. Props to you. Amazing. We'll be featuring that stream very, very soon. We'll get to, the drawing after the first part of the launch party, which is the apparition part. And then we'll go into the stream and we'll check in on Daniel throughout the rest of the stream and see how the progress is going on that. What I'm sure is going to be an amazing piece of art. All right. So next up, no pressure. So next up, before we introduce another artist on, the illustrator on, let's go to the colorist, Ren Spiller. Welcome, Ren.
Hello, guys. Hello, Eddie. Hi, Tom.
Hey,
Hello,
Ren.
Danielle. Thank
How you
you.
doing?
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to talk to you guys.
Same.
Likewise. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Incredible colors across many books. We're talking about Apparition today, but you also did the colors on Boy and the Bot and a couple other books, if not all the a few other books, if not all the books in the line. So incredible work. Super excited to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then helping Daniel on some flashback scenes in this book was the incredible Daniel Enrique. Daniel, how you doing?
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, Daniel.
Doing good. Yeah. So Daniel has done a lot of great work. We'll be getting to that in the questions soon. We've got some questions to keep things going, keep things active. And outside of that, you'll be seeing, like I mentioned, the drawing live after this interview portion with Daniel. And then we'll be bringing on other teams from other books throughout this entire stream. So thank you, everybody, for joining us who's already here. And thank you for joining us as well. Yeah, I just saw that. He got shy. He decided to leave. All right. Anyways, without further ado, let's kick things off with I think the Apparition trailer. Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Without further ado, here it is.
All right.
Incredible.
Cool.
What a trailer.
Stuff.
What a trailer.
Well
Yeah,
done, well done.
I think that's valid for sure. Wow, amazing. By the way, everybody who's watching, if you want to go, please go back it. And if you want to go back it, you can actually just go straight through the QR code in the corner, on the corner of the screen, at the corner of the, anyways. It's there. You can click through there if you want to. If not, check out, go on Kickstarter, Apparition, and you'll find it right away. The Kickstarter is now live, so you can go back that book now. And without further ado, gonna be going through all of you a little bit at a time, kicking things off, a little introduction question, and then kind of see where we're at with Ben, with time there, and then getting into it there. So first off, Tom,
Yes.
the last time we talked, you gave us a lot of incredible deep dives into the whole world that you're creating, especially specifically the boy and the bot. For those joining us today for Apparition, how is this new project represent the next chapter in your journey and in Another Door Comics journey?
Sure. So basically what we started with was the boy and the bot, right? And the idea was, as I was writing that, I was writing with all these different characters that were kind of coming in and helping to kind of move the plot forward and et cetera. And some of those characters I just kind of fell in love with. And I was like, wow, I really want to learn more about this one. I want to do more with this one. And, you know, I knew I wanted to do all these other titles in different genres, right? So we have the sci-fi adventure through the boy and the bot, but I also knew I wanted to do horror, supernatural thrillers, and so on and so forth. And I felt like through the Winthrop Corporation as a whole, that company and its like holding companies gave me sort of the background to go into deep dive into these different genres. And I knew I wanted to do the horror one next. And the reason why I wanted to do the horror one next is this story I wrote back when I was in college, back, you know, when the cavemen, you know, roamed the earth. and so I wrote it back then. It was like my senior thesis for that, and I illustrated it back then. So it was in my back pocket. I always wanted to tell this story. And that's why I even included them in the boy and the bot story, is like the Winthrops and so on, is that connective tissue, knowing eventually I would want to get to this other story. And once we started, you know, I started crafting like the Thomas Winthrop and his father and all stuff. I was like, there's a story here. There's a good supernatural story that I want to tell here. And obviously it's only as good as the people you surround yourself with. And that's why, you know, bringing in Daniel, who's been a fantastic collaborator, Ren and Daniel as well. It's going to be Daniel 1, Daniel 2. And but it's been absolutely fantastic just working with them and seeing how the book has been coming together. But while the Boy and the Bot was targeting that, you know, I wanted to target a younger, you know, that 12 plus, which this book does too. But I really wanted something that families could share together, right? That ambient entertainment, that sort of big adventure, wish fulfillment for kids. You know, stuff that I grew up on, like Goonies and all that stuff. Like, I also have that other part, which is like the horror films and the supernatural films that I really loved growing up, right? Like, you know, like Fallen was a fantastic film with Denzel Washington, and there was also like Devil's Advocate with Keanu Reeves and then others. So, like, I always wanted to tell like this kind of story that kind of just delved into the supernatural. And with that, I also wanted to bring in, you know, because again, people have done supernatural stories. We've seen that, like, so if you like stuff like The Crow and Spawn and other stories, like, you know, like those types of like coming back from the dead, you know, type stories. But I wanted to give it obviously a different twist than what we've seen before, so that it feels unique into this narrative. And then adding in like the Haitian sort of shaman voodoo component, which again,
really
that
cool
gives us
element.
a whole other, it gives us a different point of entry and a different philosophy to it than maybe we've seen before, like, you know, with Ghost Rider and some of the others. So again, there's a lot to come there. I don't want to spoil too much, but that was sort of the precipice for it. Was like, this was the next one I wanted to do, which was that supernatural thriller. So
that's amazing. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because initially people thinking like robot story, Boy and the Bot story, now Apparition. What is the connective tissue there? But as you just said, and once you get into it, it does connect extremely well. And we'll be getting into other stuff that I've already been privy to and how everything connects, and it's really cool. So I'm really excited. Thank you so much, Tom. All right. So next up, let's ask Daniel a question. Daniel Maya, I should say. Daniel, all right. So you've built a career across Portugal and the US scene. For viewers discovering you today for the first time, you know, you've won a ton of awards in Portugal. You've won Marvel's Chester Quest. You later worked at Dark Horse. You've had a ton of experience. What's it been like? How have those milestones shaped you? Sorry. How's it all shaped you to this point? So essentially,
Well,
Cluster Quest, all the awards that you won, all these things, how's it all led to these? Well, how do you?
I think it mostly shaped me around. I think first of all, humility and imposter syndrome alike has to maybe disagree with your assertions. I'm not sure I've made that much of a career as of now, but yeah, I've had a few fortunate projects and opportunities. How has it all shaped me? I'm not sure. I mean, it certainly has given me a lot of aptitude for whichever projects I need to be. I'll be called upon to. I'm at will working on anything except color because I don't quite. It's not quite my field of interest. So I was very pleased to have Ren work on our pages because I certainly couldn't do what he does. It's up for debate if I can actually think of
I see Daniel shaking his head.
yeah. This is kind of a point of discussion ongoing between us. I don't know, and our my path up until now, I think has been very diversified and very eclectic. Even actually, when Tom challenged me and invited me to the project, I was sort of I had a few doubts on what sort of style he was looking for in my work, because I had recently put together a portfolio with kind of a few diversified pieces, and so I wasn't quite sure what he was looking for in my work. But yeah, I think for me, I think the awards are something that happens along the way. It's not something that drives me in any sort of way. But I think
it's all been leading to this
the partnerships, and mostly the partnerships are what entices me, and the challenges in the work itself, I think, are like for most other artists are what really picks us up and lets us charge the challenge. I'm not sure if that's the answer you wanted, but I don't know. I'm not really sure how to.
That was great. It was a perfect answer. You gave us some comedy
up until now in the broad lens.
That was great. No, it's perfect. You gave us some comedy. You gave us some really good insight there. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really excited. I've seen some, obviously, a little bit more artwork for Apparition and everything like that too, and it's incredible. So excited for everybody else to see it as well. Amazing. All right, next, Ren. Let's chat. All right. So you've already colored some of the biggest names in comics like TMNT, Guardians, Galaxy, which says a lot about your range. Is there a dream property that you'd like to tackle?
Yeah, of course. I think as every artist, I started drawing, coloring my favorite characters, and when I was a teenager. And the very first comic that I read, I think in 1990, it was X-Men #1. And since then, I love X-Men. I'm a big fan of everything about Marvel's mutants. And as I'm new at this now, I only started 4 years ago coloring professionally. My professional dream is to color anything related to X-Men. Anything. I think.
Wow.
Yeah. It could be
That's a great title.
Cover, anything. I already colored some concept arts for the Marvel Rivals video game.
Oh,
but
great game. Great game.
I worked for the game developer. I think I don't remember the name, but it was 3 cards from Marvel characters: Blade and Doctor Doom and Human Torch. But
Okay.
X-Men is my dream, is my goal. And I love.
So you've come up really close.
Yeah, I love too much the Top Cow and Image Comics. So the darkness, I think the darkness and the Spawn too. When I color those 3, I can die. I will. After I color these three, I will vanish. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, let's not say that though, because now we don't want you to color all 3.
Right.
Before we wanted you to color all 3. Now we'd rather not see past.
Yeah.
So let's hope it's a slow burn that you get to those 3 then at least.
That's it. It's X-Men. X-Men.
Amazing.
I read X-Men for 35 years. I started reading at 10, and I read X-Men until now, and I love it.
That's amazing. I know personally for me, X-Men, the animated show, was a huge part of my childhood and a huge part of my life and just all the lessons from there. Do I wish that it was, that the stories happened in order in the show? Yes. Now they have it on Disney Plus and it's in order. So I get to re-enjoy the past, which is nice. Because there was nothing worse as a kid than being like, oh, I can't wait for Days of Future Past Part 2. And then you're like, wait, where's it? That's not what's on today. What's going on? So the confusion really gets you. That's incredible though. Yeah. All right. That's amazing. So you've already kind of gotten a bit close. So they already maybe have seen your work a little bit and stuff like that. And hopefully in the near future, you'll be jumping onto an X-Men project.
I think I'll try to reach that in the next year. I think I'm not ready for Marvel or DC. I'm still learning a lot with Tom.
I don't know. I've seen your colors. They're incredible.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'd say you're ready.
Daniel said it's the imposter syndrome. Every good artist. I know my colors are good because I have a lot of work, a lot of people coming to me every day. But I think I'm not ready yet. I can do it if they come. I can do it.
Yeah, he's ready. Marvel
maybe next year. I'm on the way. I'm preparing. I'm preparing for that next year.
Amazing. Well, I'm wishing you the best of luck, and I hope to see you soon on an X-Men project.
Wow.
Amazing. All right. So next up, and I kind of set this up a little bit. So the reason I wanted to ask you about what your dream project is, Ren, is because the next person I'm going to speak to is actually living out their dream. Daniel Navid. So a little backstory here. Daniel has actually been on the first iteration of Ada Geeks, so Freaks the podcast. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore. It's down. I couldn't save the files, unfortunately, and stuff like that. Otherwise, I would have loved to repost that interview, even though I did horribly in that interview. I was so nervous. But anyways, in that interview, Daniel had mentioned that his dream job at the time, this was 8 years ago, something like that. Time flies. I have 3 kids now, so I didn't have any then. That's a lot. But yeah, so your dream at the time was to work on Spawn. And then maybe 2-3 years later, so Ren put it into existence and it's going to happen.
Yeah.
2-3 years later, you started doing a lot of inking for Spawn, right? At the time, you were doing a lot of inking for DC and Aquaman. And then you started doing a lot of inking for Spawn. And now you're no longer just an artist. You're a writer because you have The Curse of Shirley Johnson out now. So that is incredible. Congratulations, first of all.
Yes.
I want to give you your flowers from what a journey in the last 7 or 8 years. Really making your dream become a reality. So that's insane. So what's it been like actualizing your dream? What advice do you have for Ren, since that's relevant? And how has it been going from illustrator to writer? So if you let's just start off with the first one. How's it been like actualizing your dream, and any advice?
It's been really good. It's been really good. But even before getting into that, let me hijack Daniel Maya's answer a little bit, because I don't think Daniel sells himself well enough. Because again, first of all, you were saying that he got all of these accolades and everything, and how it shaped them. First is his massive ego that I think it then kind of stops him from actually being able to go and talk about his talent, because it's clashing. But the work that Daniel does is just amazing. And even the joke that like I was whipping my hat about inking, because I don't think Daniel needs an inker at all. Like Daniel can actually do it all, including the coloring. Because even when he just does grayscale and everything, like everything's there. He actually did a cover for The Curse of Shirley Johnson. That's not out yet. And he did some gray tones and everything. So again, I think Daniel needs to up himself a little bit more, because the work that he does is amazing. And what I've seen so far, even on the parts that I worked for this project, just everything that he's doing, it's, in my opinion, like really, really up there, like some of his best work ever. That's looking really good.
In the background over here. Go on.
In about the dream per se, and Daniel is a part of that, even just as a friend of us talking consistently, because we talk pretty much every day, and he's been following my I don't know, climb to the industry or side move, I don't know how to call it, because the majority of my career has always just been inking, and then I had the chance to pitch a story idea, and Todd was, friendly enough, and I'm very happy that he accepted it, that me and Jonathan Glapian are creating, and it's been really good. It's been really, really good. It's a completely different animal, but I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I don't ink a lot anymore, but again, I would never say no to Daniel and like the awesome like stuff that Tom and Ren and everybody's creating here. So I'm very excited to work on this. I like the ability to flex all of these different muscles, because my main interest in the comic book industry is creating in whatever capacity. I'm glad to be able to do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, that's really cool. And you're doing some cover art. You're doing a lot of covers nowadays too, right? If I'm not mistaken.
A lot is a relative.
Maybe
number.
not a lot. Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. Because I literally have an open door. Fortunately, Thomas Healy, the editor, and Todd, like they gave me like an open door to do as many as I want. I just get lost a little bit, in between like some of the inking that I'm doing, some of the writing that I'm doing, and pitches and everything. So I kind of do it as I can. And even I'll say, because Daniel will help me on that, because sometimes I'm working on a cover and I'm having a ball, like it's really great, and then all of a sudden there's this mean hand or a knee or something that's like, this just not right. I can't get it right, because I don't draw nowhere near as much as Daniel. So I was like, hey, Daniel, look at this. What do you think about this? And in my, I was like, I'm just asking for an opinion. Yeah. And Daniel is always cool enough to send me a little sketch on it. Oh, look, what if you do it like this? And I'm like, yes. And it helps my covers quite a bit. So it's full circle on all of it.
Amazing. And thank you for giving Daniel Maya his flowers as well. Yeah, because his work is incredible, and he definitely undersold himself there. But
yeah, just want to say that luckily we don't have today Rafael Loureiro. That was the first artist from the Boy in the Box, because now Daniel is my favorite artist. Before it was Rafael, but now I'm loving to color. I'm loving to color Daniel's. He's incredible. The details.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Rafael. I'm sorry, Rafael. Daniel is my favorite now.
But actually, I was thinking, Ren, that you're in the right place for your burgeoning career, because Tom has had quite a good batting average to bring promote artists from his publisher to X-Men books. So thank you, Gabriel, already did it. I'm lucky. I'm a lucky guy to work with Tom. It's almost 2 years, right, Tom? Almost 2 years working.
Yeah, you had Raphael, and you were the first two that we started with a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's been great. Incredible. Absolutely, yeah, it's been awesome.
Amazing. All right, so keeping things rolling before
Rafael is in the chat.
I was going to say, Raphael will be here.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, that hurts me. Our love meant nothing to you, Ren. I think he's upset. That's what he said.
I have a hard night.
Amazing. Cool. So going back to Tom. Tom, actually, I had a question. I forgot to ask you at the tail end of your intro.
Sure.
Because you actually showed me the actual old school apparition, like the original copy. Is that going to be like, maybe not on this book, but on the next book, an additional, first of all, yeah, great for it to show us. That's the original. Yeah. Any plans to maybe add it as like an additional backers kit thing? Like,
it's so, as all artists will tell you, like looking back in time at your old art is extremely cringe inducing and ego crushing. And so to look
or aspirational for somebody else,
I guess. But I mean, we may do something with it, but like I have it so quick here because when I'm writing it, it's like, obviously I'm reinventing the story as I'm going. It's going into like book 2 and 3, so I'm using that as sort of the pathway, but we're reinventing the story. But there's certain beats that you'll see in this book that are certainly still from the original concept that I did when I was a kid. But no, I wouldn't want to put that drawing next to Daniel's in any way, shape, or form. not at all.
Amazing. All right, so let's get into talking a little bit more about Apparition itself.
Sure.
So last time we spoke, you mentioned that you really wanted the audience to care, right? Like that was a really, really important thing is obviously, right? But like you really want them to care about the characters, about what's going to happen next, about everything. Like it was really important. So Apparition seems to push that further. It's darker, it's heavier, a lot more introspective from what I've seen. What emotional tone were you hoping to strike this time around? And what personal experiences helped shape it?
Sure. So going back to again the boy and the bot for a second, it's like, when you do these big robot stories, right? It's like a lot of times it always becomes these two giant robots, like, smashing into each other, right? Like a little kid smacking their action figures together. And I really wanted to do a story that had a lot more heart to it, right? More personal, more relatable to a kid who maybe has a sibling or, an older brother, or they, again, creating that dynamic. And and we go through that story, and again, I don't want to ruin that story because we have to finish up with book 3. But there's a big twist, that happens in that story, and because I was playing in that, I also wanted to kind of lean into, like, again, what I call the consequences of sin, right? Which is a complete departure from this whole like aspirational thing. Is all the stories, if you'll see it almost like a through line to every story we do, there's a family dynamic to every story, which is the relatable point of entry for all of them, right? So you have the boy who what happened with his father, and in this story, it's the father-son dynamic with the Winthrops and what happens there. And one of the things I really wanted to get into is the consequence of sin, right? Everybody has their high points and their low points, right? And it's like, how do I use that as an entry point for the type of story that I want to tell, right? So in this story, again, without giving too much away, is, we have a person who, if you remember the movies like Scrooged, right, with Bill Murray, right, who was like, it's like that kind of thing, and the emotional character arc of that, where this person is this narcissistic, egotistical person, and through the events of his, his time, he starts to turn into and become this other character, right, this other person. And so when we see him in The Boy and the Bot, he's very much this sort of, crude kind of all about the self character. And ultimately, when he meets with Michael, who becomes that other soul that goes inside him, he's already gone through some bad stuff himself. And he's almost becomes, in his own way, while the boy had the Bot as his sort of older sibling, he almost becomes like his guardian angel in a way, right? So that's sort of the dynamic that we start to play with there. So if you think of It's a Wonderful Life, but like inside the two inside one body, right? So like it's a little bit of that. And so again, that's where the crossover happens, really, is the family dynamics and some of that other stuff. But again, I'm really excited for people to see it. I don't want to say too much about it because there's so much that we haven't shared yet. But again, we lean into the horror, we lean into the supernatural. But to me, it's about taking this character, putting this character through his paces, meeting Michael, and then other characters that we talk about, having that connective tissue between Boy and the Bot. And Boy and the Bot, there was the detective, right? There was Detective Dubois, right? From the book, from those books. He's, he has his moments in this book as well. So somebody who is a secondary character elsewhere will be a primary character in this tale as well. So again, it's like, when we talk about connective tissue, it's not like, how when I was like at Marvel, right, where it's like this very linear kind of storytelling. It's more like what I would consider like a Sin City, right, where you have overlapping places and people kind of crossing paths like that. But you don't need to know one to know the other. But if you know both, it's a fuller experience, but you're not beholden to it. And I think that's important. So like you can read about the detective in this story, not knowing about that whole other past story, and be completely fine. But like we'll have a moment like when he goes to his desk and there's a picture of the boy, that he'll have on his desk, which again ties into book 3, so I don't want to say too much. But again, there'll be little Easter eggs and little nuggets here and there. And that's why even just coordinating that, like with Daniel and Leo, who worked on the Boy and the Bot book, like the setting, the Winthrop office building and all that, very similar situations where in one story, it's a location that they kind of just happen to be talking in. In Daniel's story with Apparition, it's a key setting for what happens in the book. And so coordinating and making sure the buildings are exactly the same, the characters look the same, and it's a lot of that kind of coordination. And so again, I think hopefully people that enjoyed Boy and the Bot will be pleasantly very surprised by the shift in this one. And again, I think Daniel and the team are doing a fantastic job in bringing it to life. So
immediately what I thought about when you first told me like the dynamic, and I was trying to kind of wrap my head around Boy and the Bot to Apparition, I immediately thought of the DCU, like the new DCU, and the way that James Gunn is planning on rolling it out. Like, for example, you went from Superman, which was really a everybody movie, everybody was able to go see it, all ages and stuff like that. And then the next thing out was Peacemaker, which does tie into the whole universe, and the Man of Tomorrow, which is coming out in 2026, I think. But they're very different, right? You wouldn't get your kids to watch Peacemaker. I mean, at least I wouldn't get my kids to watch Peacemaker, right? There's some, especially season 2, episode 1. That is interesting. But so I think like that's, using that kind of as an example, there was a massive, what do you think, what age do you think, like, do you think it's the same age group? Like everybody.
This is still 12 plus. I mean, granted, we're dealing with some central themes that are a little bit more, but again, if kids are going to see, things like The Conjuring and stuff like, like some of those supernatural things, I think will be completely fine in that space. So while it definitely leans a little older, 12 plus is still, we're still targeting a 12 plus audience for sure.
So similar age is a different flavor essentially. Right?
Correct. Yeah. And then when we talk about, the connective tissue, just kind of sort of the palette, kind of laying the foundation for that. When we did Signal in the back of the Boy and the Bot was very much that sort of kind of planting the seed for some of that, because that was again sci-fi story. The Signal, the backup tale, and that was also in the sci-fi space. And in book 1 of the Boy and the Bot, the boy is sitting there eating his breakfast, and like they talk about the news, like this comet crashing to Earth, what have you, and that's the backup story, right? That ties directly to the backup story. Again, completely separate, but it just shows that connective tissue. And again, that's very much what we're doing here and exploring this character, with the Apparition characters, and then obviously with the other stories that we're telling. But using that Winthrop building, like I mentioned earlier, that Winthrop Corporation is almost like the central nexus for all this other storytelling that's happening. And then other connected stuff that like we'll talk about other books later, how these intersections within the different narrative, that it's like, all right, while that character disappears, well, here's what happened with that character, right? And it's almost like, during my days at Marvel, it's like, when we would do the comic, like the stories between the stories, right? Like if you're telling, like, if we were doing like a movie, a comic book adaptation, or here's the scenes between the scenes and stuff like that. So we're playing in that space as well here as well. So it's
amazing. Good stuff. All right, moving on to great answer, by the way, Tom. Thank you.
Thanks.
Question for Daniel Maya. When you first read Tom's script, were there any visual ideas that came to your mind right away, like shapes, shadows, textures, that you wanted to repeat throughout the book? Also, can you tell us about your drawing process on Apparition? Essentially, what was the drawing process like on Apparition from when Tom approached you with the story to coming up with these beautiful designs that we see right here? So from Tom's story, how did you start ideating? Did Tom already have some ideas?
I'm going to sound like I'm polishing his ego, but one thing that really Yeah, no, Tom, Tom, or actually, it's been kind of funny to see his approach to our um, process, so to speak, because when he first gave me the script for the first chapter of the book, it came along with his own thumbnails, which he's shared recently, a few of them, and that was actually very courteous and helpful, because you have already have a little insight as to how he sees the planification of the narrative. When we next worked on the prologue sequence for the book, which is of high intensity, he discarded the need for the thumbnail. So I figured that he had grown a little more confidence in my intuition for the storytelling, and now for the second chapter, he's sort of gave me, which I kind of understood as being sort of a maturing of our intertwining. He sort of gave me a block of text of description for the whole page, which had everything, had a few dialogue, more relevant dialogue in it, the emotional beats, the pacing, all the necessary elements that I would need to create the page were there, but he didn't feel the need to give me a sort of play-by-play, give me the whole panel-by-panel description, and sort of, I think he sort of trusted in my intuition and instincts for the sequentiality of the scenes, and because he knows that I sort of appreciate a back and forth between creators, and always submit the layouts for his approval, and hope to get a little feedback that can help me improve upon them. It was sort of liberating and also a bit daring to daunting to feel lost adrift in the whole sequence of each page. But I think it's coming along nicely, because there's a few things that challenges that one needs to solve in each page, and I think Tom has a very keen eye, and having had the opportunity throughout my career to help launch newcomer writers in the business, I was quite surprised in the beginning to see that Tom came with a lot of practice. I think one of the first things that I told him is that he could be writing for corporate comics tomorrow if he wanted, because he has all the aptitudes, all the nuances that one has to master, like the character developments, all those little elements that one needs to craft a solid story. He already had, and it came with a very matured cinematic view for the whole scene. So I really felt right at home working with him, and I think mostly we speak the same language, and all the I can also strive that underline that most of his suggestions and corrections were right on point, and even caught a few things that I missed here and there. So it's been very homey. I'd say it's the feeling.
Nice.
It's
awesome.
He's very allowing for us to bring something of our own sensibility to the work, and it is very very sharp, has a very sharp eye to what we're doing, and if it's going accordingly to the story needs, and also like I said, allowing us to pitch in a few hints to the story. So it's been great for the process. I mean, basically I'm just he's also allowed me one thing that is also very well. It's kind of indulging, so to speak, because he's allowed me to just work on pencils before going into the finishes to inking. Because if you're penciling and inking your own work, it can be sort of tiring to do the same thing twice. So if we can shortcut a little bit, it kind of accelerates the whole process and it gets less tiresome. So that's been mostly the process. And yeah, up until now, the only thing that's mostly challenging are the double spreads, which are very intense. And he has a few for those scenes that are very charging. I think Ren is laughing because he had to color them.
Yeah. And I will say, just adding to what Daniel was saying, is like, you know, I try to approach it as like almost like an artist first, you know, like writing is, you know, I've done writing before, obviously, you know, in past career and so forth, but I always saw myself as more of a creative on the art side more so. And so what I always try to do is I give the plot beat, which is not probably the traditional way, is I'll give the plot points, you know, how many pages are allocated, and then some thumbnails of the stuff. You know, that's what we did for chapter 1. And, you know, and what's great, what I love about the whole collaboration thing is like I send those sketches saying, hey, here's kind of what I'm thinking in terms of, you know, in accompanying with the words and the reference and all that. And then Daniel spits back something that's completely amazing. And it's like, oh, wow. Okay. So that, like, it's great to see, like, it's like, oh, that's how he does it, not how I would have done it in all the best ways possible. Like, you know, and so that's why, like, when we got to like book 2 or chapter 2, I should say, like, I was like, all right, I'm not even going to give him, I don't even handcuff him in any way, shape, or form with anything I may provide, you know. And so it was like, let him just go run and do what he does. And I'm not even writing in traditional scripts, you know, script formats. We're writing it in like plot beats, basically saying, hey, here's the page, you need to start here and here, go nuts, you know, go have fun, you know. And so I always look at the writing, and this is even like in the entertainment space, you see this too, is like, to me, the writing is really just, it's the road, it's not the journey, you know. Like the journey is really what the collaboration and what the artists bring to it and stuff. It's like that just gives you sort of this, the writing is a little bit of a North Star to where you want to go. But just, you know, when you bring in other talent, like the talent that we have on this call, it's like they're going to bring so much more to it than anything I could have ever thought of. So it's like, here's where I want to go. Here's the idea of it. Let's go have fun. So.
Amazing. Well, everybody who said that they backed in the comments, you are in for a treat because it is a beautiful book across the board. So amazing. All right, Ren, speaking of beautiful colors, your colors are incredible. One thing that I wanted to ask you, well, I had a few things I wanted to ask you, but another thing that I wanted to ask you was, do you have a through line? Is there a Ren Spiller page? Like, is there something like you've worked on, for example, Ric Flair, you've worked on, you know, which has a classic American comic style energy to it. You've worked on Apparition, for example, and The Boy in the Bond, very different styles, right? Is there a Ren Spiller style that you kind of try to bring to everything, or is there kind of like, all right, this is very different, let me dive into this tone, and then let me dive into this tone, or is there a through line?
Yeah, actually, the Ric Flair was my second professional job. I think in 22.
Woo!
And yeah, and it was it was with Rafael Loureiro again. That's when our love began.
Before it ended on this call, unfortunately.
Before it ended tonight. But and I was learning a lot in the process of the Ric Flair, and at the beginning, I have this more superhero comic style. I think my colors are very saturated and bright, and but I was beginning and I was learning a lot in the process. And now, 3 years later, I have a lot of more experience. The method, the process to coloring is more easier. But again, I never had colored a terror book, and so I'm still learning a lot. But it's very, very different styles. I think comparing Ric Flair and the Apparition, we can say that it's the same colors. I don't think the pages have things in common, but
so
I
really,
think,
each job is a new task. It's a new kind of, you got to kind of find what that
each job. For me, each job each new job is a challenge, because I'm always learning, and I think the most what defines me, my coloring today, is my versatility. I can color. I'm coloring actually only for Thomas. I'm coloring three titles, and each one have a totally different style. So the Boy and the Bot is I think a classic superhero action scenes, explosions, and a lot of action and movement. And the Apparition is so deeper tones, more obscure tones, more calm story. And we are working on the another book. I don't think I.
No, we
I don't know if I can say it. It's another spin-off from the series. Catalina is spy, a woman spy action comics, and it's a kind of different style. So I think each book I'm working is different. Because I have another clients. I colored another book last month from another terror book. It's totally different. I think this it's my biggest advantage. It's my versatility. I can color the child books, so action books, terror. So
X-Men.
there is no 4 years ago. I was looking for my pages from 3 years ago, and it's a lot of difference. I've learned a lot, especially because I'm working with a very talented artists like Daniel, Rafael, and Leo Rodriguez, who's drawing the Boy and the Bot now. All those artists are highly talented and already working since 10, 15 years at the market, and I'm only beginning. So I'm still learning. I'm still learning, discovering what I can do in each book, and what I want to do from now to keep my style and define. This is a Rain Spiller style. This is a Rain Spiller page, like colorist like Maiolo or Frank Martin, that you see the pages, or Frank or Marty Grassi. That is one of my favorite colorists. So this is a Maiolo page. This is a Frank page. So I'm still learning what defines me, what will define my style.
That's really cool. I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, and I'll say, as you know, so when I see, again, I'm not a colorist by any way, shape, or form, and I will say, like, when Ren's pages come in, you know, because again, I see them all from all the different books, and you know, when we think about the Boy and the Bot, you know, it has that like primaries and secondaries, and it just feels a little younger. And what's fantastic with the Apparition book is like he's bringing so much more atmosphere to this one, because that's the kind of book it is. Like those cooler tones, and we see some of the characters, like we try to play with color a little bit, and that, in that like when we do the intro to the character, we're playing with like these icy cold blues because that invokes a certain emotion, right? And then when we go like in the scenes in Haiti, we're going with these really hot warm tones because they're all, you know, they're under fire, you know, in the middle of a gun shootout. And it's like, you know, that comes from like my conversations with Ren of saying like, hey, you know, when these scene changes, it comes, you know, from again, my background in entertainment and stuff. It's like when we have these scene changes, these location changes, you want to use color to invoke a different mood for these characters. And Ren is doing such a fantastic job. Like, you know, when we first meet, you know, Thomas Winthrop, he's in this like cold, icy, you know, he's bundling up his coat, the snow is falling, and everything is as cascaded in this like cool blue tone. And then, like I said, when we meet with Michael in that prologue, like again, they're in the middle of a gun chase, and it's all the warm tones. And again, it's that color shift that happens, and then there's an undertone. I don't know what you're using, whatever, you know, magic dust is on these pages, but like the watercolor, the filter with the textures and all that stuff, it's just been fantastic. And again, it just adds that layer of atmosphere. And one of the, you know, another book that we did was the with Signal, which is the backup I mentioned earlier in Boy in the Butt. Like he went with like this total like watercolor splash thing because I told him, I said my artwork is very static. It's very, you know, black and white. It's very, to me again, it's my artwork, so whatever. But it's like very uninteresting. But like but I was like, but I wanted to give him like almost like
being hard on yourself there, but
yeah, I know. But I just, you know, it's just, I mean, it's a good story, but it's like if you look at just the black and whites, like there's not a lot of movement. They're like freeze frame static shots. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I mean by that. And like Ren brought, because of his coloring, the way he approached it, it brought like a whole other level of energy to it. You know, and when we talked about those, it was like I said, look, I said these are static. I said, you know, go nuts, right? I said, throw out whatever.
Yeah,
whatever, you know.
that book was the hardest book, I think. Yeah. From the four books we're working because of that, I think.
Yeah, because
it's totally different.
Okay, I was gonna say like when we looked at looking as reference like years ago, there was a Star Wars book by Steve by I think it was the Timothy Zahn books. I forgot who the artist was. I think it was Timothy. Anyway, there was the like this watercolor splash. Yeah, there you go. So again, if you look at it in black and white, you know, there's it's a mix of photography and illustration and other stuff like going on in these pages, a lot of kit bashing of different materials. But within black and white, it looks okay. It's, you know, but they're all very static. And I really wanted to feel like this was art, you know, and then I needed that watercolor to sort of counterpunch the static nature of the imagery.
You know? That's really cool.
Yeah.
Have a few pages handy in case we got to look at some stuff. I know we're talking about Apparition right now, but sure. It does feel very different for sure. And I think the colors are super. I love your art, like, don't downplay your art. But the colors are incredible. Really cool stuff. And it is very different from the other stuff too. So it's a good contrast there. All right. Now, Daniel Enrique. You're on the hot seat. One question that I really wanted to ask you, and it's more for, you know, maybe people watching, maybe everybody else, maybe some people on the conversation too. You've worked with like icons, right? You've worked with Frank Miller, you've worked with Todd McFarlane, just to name a couple. What is like the greatest piece? And maybe it's different for both of them. I imagine it was. They seem like different people. But what's the biggest piece of advice that you got from them, or the biggest thing that you took away from those experiences?
First of all, let me even just say, because again, as just like somebody who started just in small, you know, little Portugal, it's something that I never even imagined that could be a possibility of one day working with Todd and Frank. So to then be able to work with both, and then not even that, like the Curse of Shirley Johnson, the book I co-created with Jonathan Glapion, issue 3 just came out, and Frank actually drew a cover for the book. Right. And if that wasn't enough, and you guys can probably tell, I talk a lot. I do like to communicate. I love a good chat. So because the insane thing about it, and so a little story before getting to the actual answer, because Frank was kind enough, because I worked with him on Ronin, and that was a really fun book, which also had a lot of like crazy things, because I started just inking that book with Philip Tan and doing zipatones, and with some delays and everything, I ended up inking and doing actually finishes over Frank Miller's layouts themselves, which that alone is insane. Even like my answer when he's like, hey, what if you like do some inks over my layouts? I was like, absolutely not, Frank. No, thank you. I don't want to be hated online. But again, we developed a friendship, and Frank liked the work and everything. So the insane thing about all of this, of him doing a cover for us, he actually sent a layout. It's like, hey, Daniel, is this okay? And I was like, you're Frank Miller. You can draw her shoe, and that's fine. But me being me, and Frank went on and did his amazing cover, and I was like, I have this really unfinished sketch, and Todd does like to ink. It's like so I showed it to Todd. It's like, hey Todd, how cool would it be if you inked Frank Miller? How cool would that be on a book? And Todd incredible. Just did finishes over the layout, so which is amazing, like to have them believe in our work enough to actually then invest with their own work, if that makes sense. And I wouldn't say necessarily that I get pieces of advice, even though both of them are very generous with their knowledge. The one thing that I will say, and is I'm absorbing it whether I want it or not, because they do it to everybody else, is how motivating they are towards every new artist, and they actually want you to succeed. If they're talking to you, they're seeing your work, they're taking the time to do it, like they love the medium. Both of them do not have any necessity financially to be doing this, and I really think they do it for the passion, and they really want to motivate you. So like I said, each of them are talented in their individual ways, but both of them like really instill in me more and more that hunger to create, because it's just infectious to be around them.
How would what would you Man, that's crazy. I don't even know where to go from there. I had like, okay, that's so cool. If anything that, it's just like, talking about your dream being realized before you just had two icons, literally. Wow, that's amazing. What would you say then? I know while they aren't necessarily gave you advice or like things like that, the motivation to work is one of them, right? But is there anything from their work ethic or any like tips or anything like that you kind of look at them sometimes and go, I don't know how you do that, and they're kind of like, oh, well, anything that like
I mean, I've had the chance to actually be in Frank's studio and watching him work a little bit and everything. So we discuss a lot of materials. Frank, not just the drawing itself, but he's really like into the whole craft, the tactile experience of it all. So that alone is really cool to exchange some techniques and everything. Even though I work majorly digital in most of my stuff, I try to be very traditional in what I do, and I do work traditional as well. So with Frank, there was a lot of that, and whether you believe it or not, a lot of the stuff that me and Frank were also talking, and it might not look in our work, but we were talking about manga and anime and how that also influences comics and all of that. So to be able to have that merger of things was one of the really cool things with Frank. And with Todd, most of the help and tips that he's given me, because I do send, and I guess it wouldn't really be a necessity. I could just send my covers directly to Thomas Healy, the editor, and then he does his work and everything. But I do send it to Todd, even though I know it. If I send to Thomas, that's a cover that's done and will be published. And if I send it to Todd, I'll get a critique, which sometimes it might not be the nicest one. But by nicest one, I mean it's not just compliments, which is what I'm looking for. Like I really want to grow in, like I've been in the comic book industry for close to 15 years at this point, if I'm not mistaken. But I think there's always room to grow in whatever, area that you're working. So in Todd helped me a lot in the way that I visualize dialogue, because as a new writer, I've never had problems with world building and creating. Dialogue was the part that scared me a little bit more. And even though Todd didn't really came in and analyze everything I did, in talking to him, it did help me in understanding more the voice that I wanted to put out. But like I said, even though those are dream projects, I'm very lucky to, for example, like again, the collaboration with Daniel, because in that is what Frank and Todd do. Because when Todd inked Frank, what he talked about was, this brings me back to the 90s and the 80s, where we would just exchange work between us. Like, you do this favor for me, I do this for you, you do this cover. And again, Daniel is one of my best friends, and I'm, I don't want to compliment him too much, or he doesn't get a big head. But I love his work. And the opportunity to do this, again, not just Frank, not just the writing, not just Todd, this with Daniel, some of the covers that I'm doing, like, again, everything that Tom and Rand and everything are creating, the whole cake combined, it is really the dream for me, because we can talk about these big stars that influence everybody, but then to give me the opportunity of my career to work with my friends and do stuff that I believe, it's one of the biggest things that I could wish for.
That's amazing. Great. That's perfect. That's what I was looking for. Those little nuanced little things, like the dialogue you mentioned and stuff like that. And then always a great opportunity to pitch Daniel more, so he gets his confidence up, because he didn't pitch himself too good there at the beginning. But all right, amazing. Thank you so much, Daniel. I think everybody benefited from that. Thank you so much. All right, Tom.
Yes.
You're kind of like Nick Fury a little bit, where you brought the Avengers together, because everybody on this is incredible in your entire universe. So really great work there. Speaking of that synergy, did Daniel and Ren's art help you visualize what's next in the story, or did you already have like a very solid understanding of what was to come? And or even if you did have a solid understanding of what was to come, did their influence kind of change what was going to happen next a little bit in some way?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like right now, the story, again, I have the the bones of the story, right? The spine of it. And, and it's pretty much mapped out. So I know like what happens in, the act 1, act 2, act 3, and how we kind of get to that final destination. So that's all sort of paved there. Right. It's just now, like when Daniel and Ren are sending the pages, he's like, Daniel will come in and say, hey, how about if we do this? Or how about we try this and stuff like that? That's perfect. Like that's where, to me, where the money is, like that's the collaboration. It's like, so there's times when I'll make a pivot or something, like Daniel make a suggestion or something, I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. And how do I pay that off later? How do I seed that in now for later, et cetera? And you'll see that in book 1, in chapter 1, there's some stuff that's like in certain shots and almost like little nuggets of things that are going to come into, part of chapter 2 and 3, et cetera. But yeah, it's some of it is just, it's in reaction to what Daniel and Ren are doing, for sure.
Amazing. Cool. I love the collaborative energy.
Yeah, I mean, like, going back to what you were saying earlier, I mean, my entire career has always been about putting together the best teams possible. I would say probably my strongest thing, if anything, outside of writing and drawing and any of that stuff, is knowing who to bring in and how to surround yourself with really talented people that work really well together. That's
not a challenge. That's not a challenge for you. I'm sorry, you can't list that as a challenge for you.
I've always had a great. I mean, like I said, building teams at Marvel and other places, like I think that's probably one of my strongest things as a skill is to sort of assemble the team and then get out of the way.
Should have worn an eye patch for this one.
Right.
All right, awesome. I'm gonna kind of go a little bit quick on these last few questions, but one thing, and you might have already answered this a little bit before, Daniel, but I was wondering, what was the hardest or most rewarding page or 2-page spread essentially in this entire book? Was it the one that's in the background here? Is this the one? Wait, it's in the, we're in the black and white now, but Is this the page with the spirit kind of? I know you're on a little bit of a delay. I'm guessing because because I see your reactions are a little bit off from everybody. So I'm assuming there's a delay on your end. So just answer whenever you hear it, or if you want me to repeat the question, let me know.
Which one?
Essentially my question.
No, we have a few
pages.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing from my image. My connection may be failing. No, for sure the most. No, it's okay. I think
he's really behind.
I had an issue drawing like small Lilliputian figures. I sort of can't get my head around my hand around drawing them anatomically correct and everything. It's almost always pains me a bit to do that, but for sure the biggest challenge here have been the splash pages and the double spreads, which are very challenging in terms of perspective and elements that are happening all over, and then you have to master a couple of light sources and details for the, like Tom said, for the texture of the scene. And funny enough, two of the major double spreads that we have occurred in diametrically different sceneries. So we've had the grimy and dirty and high octane action, and the pristine, crystalline jet set corporate setting, and it's been we've had to deal with a bird's eye view and worm's eye view and
worm's eye
fisheye warping framings. I think when we come to those choices in terms of storytelling, one thing that I've been very appreciative of is that I don't think neither myself or Tom have shied away to doing what the story needs, no matter how difficult it is to later achieve it. Because every challenge is an opportunity to learn and maybe master our craft a little bit further. And if it's always in service of the story, then we can go wrong.
Yeah. Well, I will say the splash pages have been absolutely incredible to when they come in, because I'll say when we're crafting the story, the thing that we talk about is with the apparition specifically, we wanted to jump right at the prologue. We jump right into the middle of the action, and it's go, 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 right? And I wanted that dichotomy, like exactly what Daniel was just saying, is we start the chapter with Michael in Haiti, in the middle of this village, in the middle of a chase, and then we end this chapter with this big cityscape. Again, it's that dichotomy of these two characters and their eventual kind of convergence. So I wanted to show these two very different life experiences, these two different walks of life, and how they're going to then come together, and what is that internal conflict between them, right? And it's sort of in Boy and a Bot, it's one was learning to be human while the human was learning about his life, and it was that mix of relationship. We're kind of doing that here with this pairing. It's there's two different worldview experiences coming together, and how do they work together to get to that common goal while this big bad thing is coming after them. So that's sort of the play of that. And then when we talk about the comic, just the emotional component to it is I want to make sure that we're getting those big splash pages. As soon as you open the book, right, you get page 1, and then page 2 and 3, it's boom, there's your splash page. You hook you in, the story sucks you right in. This beautiful car chase, this chase that Daniel drew, it pulls you right into the story, and then you're going. And you really need those kind of splash pages, those double splashes, to really pull you in. And that's why even when we brought Daniel in for The Boy and the Bot for book 1, I had
when you say Daniel.
Sorry, Daniel Maya.
Okay, Daniel. Okay, I just keep saying Daniel. I'm wait, are you?
When we brought Daniel Maya for book 1 of The Boy and the Bot, Raphael did a fantastic job with the setup of the story, but that had a little bit more of a slow burn beginning. So we get right into that. We jump right in terms of where the dad is in that situation, but it becomes a little bit, before you really understand what's happening, it's a few pages deep. And so I knew I needed something earlier in the book to kind of hook a reader in, right? Something that kind of just sell it. And I knew we weren't going to show the bot to like towards the end of book 2, and we don't introduce the boy until the very last page of book 1 or chapter 1. Sorry, right? Mm-hmm. So I wanted to make sure that we saw enough of there was a little bit of a payoff of the robot, etc., right up front. So that's why we brought, Daniel Maya came in, and we immediately did the overlapping narrative, right? So it was told from 2 different points of view. And then Daniel did this big, beautiful splash page of the robot breaking from the floor in his first appearance in our narrative, in our story. And again, it was like, I wanted that by the time we got to page 3 and 4, it was right, or 4 and 5, it was right there. So anyway, yeah, I love the splash pages that Daniel's been doing.
Amazing. Yeah. Ren, similar question.
Sorry.
Sorry? No, it's okay. Similar question for you. It's what was the most challenging page or sequence for you, or was it just kind of like across the book? Was it like a lighting sequence, an emotional beat? Was it what you were talking about before a little bit, like the transition from The Boy and the Bot to now coloring Apparition and finding that like darker, grittier tone?
Yeah, I think from the Boy and the Bot, I had two double spreads, actually one double spread, and 2 pages from Rafael. That was at the end of the first book, and the first double spread from Daniel. That was the first scene that when the bot is revealed, fighting with the mercenaries, and I think it was the first page I saw from Daniel. And it was shocking because it's massive. There's a lot of action, and there is an explosion, and the soldiers fighting. And I think, okay, I have to do something different in this page because I wanted the people who's reading to fall in love immediately for the bot and hate the mercenaries from the beginning. And that was one of the hardest pages. And at the end of the book, there was 2 pages from Rafael that I wanted to show. Rafael did an amazing job showing the power of the bot when he lost control, and we wanted to show the most powerful bot. And we have the kid at the corner of the page looking for the bot, and he flies through the roof, and that 2 pages was a challenge because we needed to show what that bot could do, and the love, what the kid was feeling from the bot, and what the bot represents for the kid, and in the other side, the power that he carries. It's a very powerful bot, and a very dangerous. It is a gun. Actually, the bot is a gun, and those from the Boy and the Bot, there's 3 pages, and in the Apparition, obviously, the mystic smoke scenes. I think that it was very challenging to I think me and Thomas worked 3 or 4 days trying to create that mystical,
so cool,
that magic tone, the mystical, that the smoke that involves the Winthrop characters. And I think
the smoke right here.
Right? That scene. Because
page,
it's a very different style since the beginning, and I don't want it to change the style. We needed to keep the colors low saturated, and I didn't want to use much effects. So this I think 5 or 6 pages with the smoke, it was very challenging. as Daniel said, the smoke is challenging in the coloring, all the effects, and keep the atmosphere, that magic atmosphere. It was hard.
Yeah, I will say, like, when Ren and I were talking about that smoke stuff specifically, it was like, from a story standpoint, I wanted it to feel like the smoke was alive, right? There was an energy through it.
That's it.
And like, it encapsulates the elevator at first, and then like a snake, it kind of slithers. It's like it's calling to him, right? So I wanted that sort of like slithering feeling, that it kind of comes up behind him and then engulfs him, and then it kind of takes over from there. But really, it was just that and Ren did a fantastic job of really just getting that popping off of color. Like, this isn't just your traditional smoke. Like, this is smoke from another place, right? And it was like, and just the idea of like this energy, and what is that, right? And why is that? And then really, I mean, obviously, we show it in these pages. It's like, that's sort of the soul, coming into, whether the outside soul is going inside of Thomas, so Michael's soul is going in, but it's going in through this sort of, through this evil incantation, if you will. So
yeah, I think the final results, it's incredible. Sometimes you don't know if the smoke it's coming inside the character, or if it's leaving the character. It's very, very cool scene.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I wanted it to, like, where he's like choking him. I wanted to feel like it's going into his skin pores, it's going into his eyes, and all. Like, it's almost like, if you think of it like a venom with the symbiotic goo, or any of that kind of stuff, where it feels like it's just taking over. But this is like this like smoke creature thing, this supernatural thing that's happening to Thomas, and we don't really know what's happening until obviously a couple pages later. But I just wanted, it just was a really strong opening, and I saw that in my head as like a low pan camera just kind of following this thing, like almost like through the eyes of like Jaws the shark, like kind of following through, and then obviously encapsulating the character. So the guys did a great job, bringing that all to life. I thought it was fantastic.
A 2-page spread sells the entire book. Like, honestly, like it really, really, really does. Also, if you're here for Apparition, we're gonna be wrapping up soon. But I do want to say, if you haven't had the chance to take a look at The Boy and the Bot, Tom, they could get it.
That is correct,
campaign,
yes.
right?
So,
through Apparition campaign.
So this
right. So you can pick up Boy and the Bot to get the whole world. Cool. All right. So we are going to be jumping to the greater beyond. We're going to be looking at voices next, but we're going to be talking a little bit first about just with Tom about the just in general, the universe at large. So I want to thank Ren. You're popping off, correct?
So like, I think I can say a little later.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Daniel Maya will be jumping to start working on the giveaway that he's going to be drawing throughout this entire thing. We'll be checking in on him throughout to get an update on that. And Daniel Enriquez, thank you so much for joining us. If you want to stick around, please do. If not, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. But we'll be going to a bunch of other stuff. Always a pleasure, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody, the Apparition team.
Thank you.
I wish I prepped some sound effects and clapping and stuff like that. Amazing. All right. So Daniel, I'm going to pop you off now. You can
see you in a bit.
Camera. Perfect.
And this was pretty fun for me too. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk about everything else. So keep exploring, the project, and I'm really happy to be a part of it and keep doing something awesome.
And thank you, Daniel. And thank you for coming on and doing this for us, and obviously giving it your time to this. It's really been fantastic, and looking forward to all the work that we'll be doing together. So thank you. It's been amazing. So thank you.
100%. Always a pleasure to chat and to collaborate on awesome projects.
Awesome.
Thank you. I remember six years ago when I was starting to study the comic book coloring, and I was looking at the Daniel's Instagram, I think, or Facebook, and I grabbed some of his drawings to start learning.
Oh wow!
So I talked to him at Facebook. If you can look at your messenger, we have a little chat, I think 2019. You gave me some tips when I wasn't even thinking in working with books professionally, and I was talking to Daniel, and now we are collaborating. Okay, yeah, that's almost the same thing as Daniel with Frank.
Yeah,
I'm
there you
working
go.
with it. It's an honor.
So cool.
Yeah,
it's the
I have
magic.
a lot to thank Thomas with. I'm working with guys that I used to only admire it on the books or social on Instagram, and now I'm working with these guys, these awesome guys.
It's the magic of
X-Men's
Another
next.
Door Comics. It's bringing us all together.
That's right. That's it.
All right, you guys keep going. Have a good
Awesome.
time.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so
again,
much.
Daniel.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So now we are going to be jumping to the rest. We're going to be looking at voices next after we kind of, Tom, you want to segue? You want to kind of speak a little bit about the world at large, kind of talk about every book now? And
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
pull up the,
So talking about voices next, I mean, specifically like what, we know we had the boy in the bot and all the characters that are in there, and without spoiling too much of what voice is about here, you can see like the full breadth of our world here. And like I said, the boy in the bot is really that central nexus for all of these other stories and all these different genres of storytelling that we'll be doing and are doing. And, so we'll have, besides the sci-fi adventure of the boy in the bot, which is that young boy hero fantasy, we have the supernatural thriller, of Apparition. We have a psychological thriller in the story of Voices, which is also going to be, we'll talk about that in a second, but you'll see it's going to be offered in two different ways. We're going to have the 8 pages will be in each of the backup. It will be the backup for the Apparition story. And we'll also be doing the black and white noir edition of the Voices by itself as its own standalone comic that Ren Spiller had just did the amazing coloring on for the cover for that. And so we're going to have that as well. And so when we talk about the publishing, sort of the flow of it, is we have Apparition, which is launched now. We're going to have The Boy in the Bot Book 3 coming next. And then after that will be Voices. And then after that is our other story, which is Catalina. And you'll see that one. And that's about one of the secondary characters that were in The Boy in the Bot. And we can show that. We'll show that in a little bit. But there's like the intersection of narrative when we first meet her, the assignment she's on, and things go a little bit off the rail a little bit. And while the story in The Boy in the Bot takes us down this other path with these other characters, her story continues forward, and we stay with her a little bit longer and see how that all played out in the story. And Voices is really about this family that moves. And again, I don't want to give too much away because there is a big twist at the end of this story. But this story is about this family. Again, most of my stories, like I said, are all about family, or at least has family as a central.
Well, you did say that was the through line, so you kind of stuck yourself.
Right. So with Voices, it's about this family that is moving, and they move into this new town, and the daughter's just been very reluctant for the move. She has some animosity towards it, and she starts to become withdrawn and a little bit hostile to the family at large. And through that, when she's sort of becoming this withdrawn, sort of isolated person, she starts to hear this voice in her head. And we don't know where this voice is coming from, if it's within her or not. And with that, her behavior starts to become even more erratic and a little bit more hateful. And we'll learn, obviously, that voice is driving her, motivating her to do some, untoward things. And the family is trying to deal with it, between dealing with the school and dealing with school counselors and all that stuff. Again, just trying to understand why the daughter is behaving in the way that she is. And again, there'll be this big twist, and and again, playing with that new to the town, stranger in a strange land kind of story, where it's her first day at school, and we play with the father's his first day at his new job because he moved, and how sort of, while there's the child and adult, those relationships and those dynamics are very different, right? It's like the dad meets his new team of coworkers, and she's meeting her new student, her new colleagues at school, and how that plays out. But it's at its core, it's a psychological thriller, and with a really fun twist. And I'll leave it at that. And with that, we have Hernan Gonzalez, who's the illustrator on this book, and he's done some amazing work in the past, in recent past. He's worked with with Stephen King's publishing company. I think it's Stormfront. Again, you can talk more to that side of it. And he's done some other horror stories as well, and that's really his wheelhouse, and his genre is that visual. And then we also have Antonio Marcos, who is coloring exclusively for the 8-page backup within, like I said, in the Apparition book. Marcos's version of it, color, will be in the backup of those 3 trilogy books. And then, like I said, we'll have the noir version coming, because I want to be able to feature Hernan's artwork in black and white, because when those pages come in, they're beautiful, and I want to be able to show them in both iterations.
Amazing. All right, so before we dive into voices and we bring in Hernan and we bring in Antonio, a quick question for you. How did the development happen? Did you start with Boy in the Bot and then kind of like, ooh, I kind of like this family, and then you develop Apparition, and then you're like, ooh, I could kind of see this as something else in the flow? How did it? What was the start point? Maybe.
Sure. So no, years ago, like I mentioned, I did the Apparition story, and I kind of put that on the shelf as my college project.
Right.
Again, many moons ago. So then I started with the Boy in the Bot, because I figured that was going to be like my entry point to this world, right? And there's all these different characters that kind of come and go. Not without, again, it's a clean narrative. It's not overly confusing, but we have supporting characters that come in. And like I said earlier, like I just fell in love with so many of these characters. And when I was writing the Boy in the Bot, I needed those corporate guys. I was like, all right, I'm going to use Winthrop here, and that becomes, like I said, that central point for all the other types of genres we can tell. But through that story, it was like, the female mercenary, Catalina. I was like, wow, I really want to kind of dig into her story a little bit more, The Winthrop, I wanted to dig in there. And then there's other characters. And, without spoiling Boy in the Bot book 3, there's some big twists that happen in that book that will obviously propel other stories that we do. So that becomes almost like a launch point for other things too. And one of the things that we will have in Boy in the Bot book 3 is like the epilogue, right? After the climax and the dust is settled, it's like, where are some of these supporting characters now, right? After this big, thing has taken place. And so those become sort of Easter eggs that we're going to then take, and then will lead us into these other stories. So like Catalina's epilogue, you'll see her like, the things that she's done in her life, and like, what does she sacrifice for that, right? So she sacrificed never having a family, being alone, isolated, always on the move, not being grounded. So she's like almost the absence of family, right? And so and it's like, how do we, and then where does that character go? And because again, when we meet her, she's a little bit more of a villain type character, like an anti-hero. And it's like, how do I get her from that position into somebody that we're going to care about as more of a heroic figure, And, we've seen that when we talk about like different, like movies like Death Wish, and like characters like The Punisher or Kill Bill. And and again, I'm probably jumping ahead here, but like, I wanted to kind of do that sort of revenge kind of story. And just kind of, how do I create redemption in this character that seems like her entire career is somewhat irredeemable? And, so like, that's kind of where I wanted to take that, because I feel like there was such depth to that character. And then, like I said, the Winthrops are pretty much, what you'd expect there, what we talked about. And then, there was a Signal story that we did, that space, that sort of psychological thriller, space action, sci-fi component. And that, because again, we had that little beat of the comet coming in the Boy in the Bot, I wanted to then explore that in the back end of that book. So every backup story has that. Not only does it have connective tissue to the Boy in the Bot, but it also matches the genre of the main book, right? So it's not like we're doing like some horror psychological thriller up front, and then the back is like some like princess fairy tale. Like we're not mixing those genres. Like, so it's still within that genre. And so again, I have so many other ideas for some of these other characters that knock on wood, if people like the books that we're doing and they support them and they want more from us, we'll certainly be making more, because I already have outlines for a bunch of other characters that have been featured in the Boy in the Bot.
Well, just from what I've read, I don't see how they wouldn't. Everything you've done has been incredible, and so, and if you speaking doesn't sell it enough, like everything is super well thought out, like it's so meticulously timed. Even just like the way that you imagine the pages, their storytelling you're doing storytelling even without explicitly saying this is happening, this is happening. Like for example, Boy in the Book 1, you had a scene where the ant was talking on the phone to somebody else, and that kind of gave you more insight into. Anyways, I don't want to spoil anything, but
Sure,
you're so good at like meticulously planning out all these little things. So I kind of wanted to get an idea, and it makes sense that it was a natural snowball because everything feels so organic in your writing and across these stories. So
yeah, like I said, I have in my head is a giant roadmap of like all these different stories. and then like when I'm writing a story, it's like, oh, where do I want to, you know, like another character comes in, it's like, oh, I want to learn more, I want to know more about him. And like really for me, the confines are really just in the structure of comic books, right? X amount of pages to tell the story you want to tell. So like some of these characters, like, you know, if we were doing the, you know, if like this story was not a 6-issue story, like a 6-issue story type, you know, 6 chapters, like if I was telling this in 30 or 40, like I would spend more time with some of these characters within that linear narrative. But I'm like, all right, I want to tell this core story, but let me do these other stories as offshoots, you know. So our publishing plan really is that it's either going to be these trilogies, like these main stories. There'll be one shots, you know, like with a beginning, middle, and end. And if people like those stories, there's more to tell with those. And again, when we get into voices, like I just love that story. I love what the team is doing with that book as well. And I'm like, oh, there's so much more I want to do here. And then Catalina, and then so again, it's just what I enjoy about it the most, like in this image that you have up. I mean, we've only been doing this now for 2 years, you know, and the amount of stuff that we have in the 2 years time has just been, you know, I take a step back because I'm in it. I'm constantly like every day, you know, working through it. And sometimes when I see an image like this that we put together and I step back, I'm like, wow, we've done a lot in that 2 years time between getting up and running, telling this, you know, getting the teams together and really just putting this publishing plan together. And, you know, and it's exciting and I can't wait for what happens next year. I mean, we're almost at the end of this year. We're already, you know, working on year 3 and 4 and 5 and I'm excited. I share with Ren all the time, like, here's where we're going. Here's what we're going to be doing.
Get it, I'm excited.
But I think I was looking I was looking at the pages, and almost every page from the 3 books have a different object, a different location, a different character that you will see in every other book. So the little small glass in the shelf, a location or backup character. So I would think Thomas is doing a really amazing job. Thinking in every detail. So almost every page, when I send a finished page to Thomas, and he sends me back, oh, that glass was in a that company was in another book, and it needs to be that color. Like
that's amazing. The fact that
yesterday he had to change a t-shirt color because it was from another character from another book. Then I remembered, oh yeah, that guy was from another book, and I was using a green t-shirt. And Thomas remember all of that details, all details.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's attention to detail, and it speaks to your writing and your crafting of stories. Incredible work. All right. So, without further ado, let's dive into voices. So I will be bringing in the illustrator and colorist on voices. First up, the illustrator, Hernan.
Hi all, how are you?
Doing good. Yourself?
I am good.
Hey, Hernan.
All good?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you. Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Perfect. I am a little nervous because I don't speak very well English, but I can understand. But you speak very well, and speak with me is like speak with Tarzan. So sorry. so sorry, but
It's good.
it
Okay.
is
It's okay.
Yes.
okay.
Take your
Cool.
time to answer. Take as long as you need. We got a lot of
You're
insight
welcome.
that we want to hear. So
Mhm.
happy
You're
to
welcome.
take your time.
So, where are you from, Hernan?
From Argentina.
We're brother, we're hermanos.
Ah, brothers, hermanos.
Yeah, cool.
Mhm.
All right. Now, bringing in the colorist. I think he's here. Marcos? Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yep.
There he is. All right. Amazing. Bringing in the colorist on voices,
Mhm.
Antonio Marcos.
Hello.
Hey, Antonio.
Hey,
Hello.
Antonio.
Hello.
Hi,
Yeah,
Antonio.
hey. I'm just one thing before we get started. Everything. Rand Spiller is a very important person in my career, and
Really?
he always said, no, I don't have level to color Marvel. It's a lie. It's a completely lie. It's like, it's how obviously he can. Okay,
Yeah,
you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
You got that all. You feeling better now? Yeah, we all agree with you, Antonio. Ren doesn't know what he's talking about. He has the skills to color X-Men any day.
Yes.
Obviously,
It could be tomorrow,
yes.
and he would. Yeah, it could be yesterday, and he's still good. Amazing. Thank you for
Hello,
pointing that out
everybody.
again.
Hello, Evan. It's a pleasure to color your art,
Mhm.
and I love the headphones.
Yes.
Ah, it's my wife's headphones. I don't know.
No, it's okay.
Mhm.
It's okay. It's okay. It's free word.
Me gusta mucho los. No sé cómo hablo eso en español.
Auriculares.
Auriculares. Me gusta mucho.
Auriculares. Son de mi esposa. My headphone wife.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you both for being here. Voices, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't read it yet, but I am looking forward to dive. Yeah, no, Voices I haven't read yet. That's at the back of Apparition.
That's correct. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. Tom, why don't you introduce us to Voices? I know you kind of spoke about it a little bit already, but why don't you give us a little bit of a reintroduction into what people can expect?
Sure. So within the Apparition comic that that's on Kickstarter now, we've taken the story and it's a 24-page story, and we've broken it into eight-part sections, 8-page sections, right? So book 1 will have the first 8, book 2 will have the second 8, and the third book will have the third 8, all colored by Marcos and obviously illustrated by Hernan. And the other thing that we're doing, like I mentioned earlier, is that with that story, Hernan's artwork is beautiful, the black and white storytelling and that kind of atmosphere. I also wanted to kind of have it be its own standalone story. So you'll get the voices of the noir edition as a black and white. And like I said, we're going to have that come out after the Boy in a Bot book 3, because there's things about the Voices book, without spoiling too much, there's things that happened that the catalyst for Voices really starts in the Boy in a Bot book 3. So I don't want people to get to the reveal and some of that, the twist that happened in the Voices until they've already read the Boy in a Bot book 3. Not that you have to, but it's just I don't want to spoil anyone who is reading everything. I don't want to spoil it for them. But if you want to just read Voices as a standalone story, you absolutely can, and it's a great story, and obviously gorgeously drawn by Hernan. And because I wanted to give that story that special look, I make sure that we have Marcos Antonio working on it on the color. So only through the Kickstarter, through this this exclusive backup story, will it be in color. So you can get the color version there. But like I said, by next year, we'll have the full 24 pages plus all the backup material, etc. And, for the noir book, Ren, he was able to do the coloring for me, like literally overnight. We got the cover and I was like, Ren, can you, color this for me real quick, because we were all coloring so many other projects. And he just jumped on it and it just came out beautiful. So really happy with what Marcos, Ren, and Hernan are doing. And Hernan's artwork, like I said, he's been working in the industry, working with, I think, like Stephen King's, and doing anthology comics and all this other stuff and some horror stuff. And it's just absolutely gorgeous stuff. And talk about atmospheric and tension and kind of, that it kind of makes you unsettled a little bit, a little unnerved. And that's absolutely what I was looking for. I remember, when I was trying to find an artist for this project, I was looking online and I saw some gorgeous stuff that Hernan did with like this possessed character, this kid. I was like, yes, this is the guy that could really bring this story to life. And so here's a couple of the pages between Hernan and Marcos. Like you can see like the coloring, and you can kind of see how, this is the scene that you're seeing here. It's just very quick. And again, this is out of sequence in the sense that like this is the page turn, but for the sake of this, they're next to each other. And really what you're seeing here is like the daughter's final resentment, that kind of climatic ending of what is in book 1 of the Apparition, backup story for voices. And, this is her turning point when she's just really sort of at her most hateful, if you will, most angered. And that's when that voice first appears. And that's the cliffhanger that we see at the end of the backup that's in chapter 1. And again, it's this spirit, this voice, this supernatural voice that she hears, and like it's getting into her good graces, right? It's almost like it senses that she's, again, withdrawn, hostile towards her family, and now here's this character, this omniscient voice that wants to be her friend, right? And so it's starting to build, it's starting to want her trust and earn her trust to go and do something that she becomes the perfect tool.
Not so nice.
For yes, but I'm trying to spoil it, so I'm trying to talk around it a little bit. She becomes a perfect harbinger, if you will, for the thing that this spirit ultimately wants her to do. So again, without spoiling too much of it, but again, that plays very well into one of the sort of epilogue points in the Buoyant Bot. But it'll all make sense once you like. Again, you can read the story Voices all by itself, and it's a beautiful, great story, beautifully drawn. Or you can get that bigger story value when you read The Boy and the Bot and you see how it connects. And you won't know it connects until the very last page. So that shows you how it goes. So.
Amazing. Can't wait to read that. Can't wait to dig into at least the first part of it at the back of Apparition. Yes. So question for you, Hernan. You've worked across indie publishers, gained attention on Gunbreed, and your horror-inspired pieces are just incredible. Like if that doesn't show, just go to his Instagram. You'll see like just mind-blowing, just so incredible. Like it's impossible not to feel looking at one of your pieces. So for anyone meeting you for the first time, how would you describe your artistic identity? How did you kind of get to that point? Did you always love horror as a kid, and it kind of like brought the artist out in you? Tell us a little bit about your journey.
Yes, I love the horror movies. Was a kid, and I love many artists. I study fine arts in university, so my style is photorealistic. I take a picture and I create a collage and copy, and I use textures. I make my own pencils. I splatter with my brush and scan it and paso digital to software and analog digital. I love Tim Bradstreet. I love Sean Phillip.
So you're really using everything at your disposal. That's great. That's amazing. Yeah. Even with the paint splashes, that's so cool. Yeah, you see them in a lot of your art and stuff like that. And I was curious how you got that in there. So beautiful.
I will say, just adding to that, like last night I was up drawing, like just working on a different page for the book that I'm working on. And Hernan's he sent in one of his pages inked last night, and I was like, talk about like I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, this drawing's coming out pretty good. And then I see Hernan, his stuff come in, I'm like, oh, why do I even try to do this?
Oh, he's out.
Oh, like, why am I even trying?
He dropped off, but we got him back in.
There he is. Yeah. I mean, the page that came in yesterday, oh my God, I can't wait for people to see it. Absolutely study. And again, and what we talk about with this story, it's like it's just an everyday experience, right? We see like it's a family moving. They have a neighbor, and the dad is mowing the lawn. And I wanted it to feel very grounded and very sort of relatable, except it has this layer of unnerving parts that are really coming from the daughter. And Hernan is just doing a fantastic job just bringing that together. And I shared it, with some friends of mine, and they were like, "Oh no. Like it was like they had a really good visceral reaction to the story in how he's capturing the daughter and how unnerving she's looking." Again, it's just like how I work with all the artists. Like I'll sketch the stuff first and say, "Hey, here's kind of what I'm thinking," along with the words. Again, that's more for me, just in the sense like I feel like I'm able to get to the visual a little bit faster. With again, being a newer writer, if you will, like in crafting those stories, I feel like maybe I'm over explaining it, or if maybe I'm not explaining it enough. So I always make sure I bring in those sketches for folks when I'm starting with somebody new that I'm working with, and I'll send it to Hernan, and what he brings back, it's amazing what he's doing with them. Like I'll draw like a little, like here's a stick figure, I need her doing this here and that kind of thing, and Hernan comes back and I'm like, yeah, like right. I mean, Hernan, like every single page, I'm just like, great. Like I mean, it's like maybe in the entire run, I
want this.
Right.
I want great.
I maybe give it like 2 comments the entire every page he sends in. I maybe give it 2 comments, and it's just really for continuity stuff. That's it. Otherwise, it's like, this is great. I have the easiest job in the world. I say, here's the story, and then all this beautiful artwork comes back. So totally, just amazing, absolutely amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Amazing. All right. Now, quick question for Antonio. Antonio, you worked in comics for some time now, and you brought your unique colors to many projects. For our audience, how did you get started in coloring, and what inspired your aesthetics?
Well, I started coloring comics in 2021 or 2022. I didn't know anything about Photoshop and about Clip Studio, and how can I digitally doing colors with a keys with this softwares or with this apps. So I knew Miguel Felício from Daniel Brandão's studio here in Fortaleza, where I live in Ceará, Brazil. And this person was the first person who, how can I say, who introduced me in this area, So here, the comic books are not a great area or a great career. So we always expect to coloring or doing something out of this country, some international, for example, for USA or something like this. And well, I just get started in 2021 or 2022, and I knew Renato, and he helped me so much with all the fundaments, all the essential things in coloring. And today my main first inspiration is Frank Martin. I think it's the inspiration from all the colorists that starting, including Rance Spiller, including me, including everybody. It's Frank, it's Matt Wilson, is a very great colorist, a Marvel colorist. I don't know. Rance Spiller is a great colorist. I don't know. Stuart Immonen, I love, and Justin Ponsor too. This is my influence, but I always try to adapt my work for the inks or the gestures for the inker or penciler. I always try to express, or I always try to put colors on the ink's expressions. Something like this, because color, for me, colors I can see colors as the sensation, as the feeling, and you can you can experiment and you can improve a great drawing, or you can how can I say, you can over with a ink, for example. You can over with this
Overdo
thing. Yeah. So it's a very hard, it's a very difficult part of the story, because the style and everything it adapts to the inks and drawings, and for the writer too. For example, when I took the script, when I take the script, I always say, oh my god, how can I take these colors here? And that's it. That's my style. I always try to work for values first. I always try to work, I don't know, if the inker likes to textures or something like this. I always try to separate elements, for a background and foreground, and
So you're trying
all those things.
So you're really trying to collaborate, right? Especially because you're newer into it. You really are leaning into the collaboration aspect, and you want to respect what kind of like was there, right?
Yeah. For example, con Hernan, I saw the pictures, the photographic image. So I thought, no, I will try to adapt my colors for this drawing, and I love it. I love the this backup story. I love the script from this backup story. It's amazing. I just try to do my best, and well,
I can imagine I can imagine though coloring Hernan's work could be pretty intimidating. So I definitely get that.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. Amazing. All right, Hernan, another question for you.
Yeah.
Sorry. You answered one. I wanted to ask you one, but you answered kind of one before about how you build the pages and how you mix like the digital and then you use the brushes. So that was super cool. So
yes, I use Procreate and Medivan Paint Pro for in a iPad. I use an iPad. I think it's amazing, really, because I travel much.
right.
My sons study in another city and back again and go and back and go.
So really on your tablet. Wow. So you're getting the details, you're getting like the paint brushes and stuff like that when you're at home, and then you scan that and then you do the finishing on the iPad. Wow. That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a good plug for Apple. That's so cool. So my other question is, Tom's storytelling balances, like, for example, there's not every moment in the book in Voices is necessarily that horror element, right? So how was it balancing, and how did you kind of decide when to pick your moments to really lean into the horror and when to kind of lean off of it a bit?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes,
You could try to speak in Spanish too, and I can...
¿Puedo hablar en español? ¿Me traduce?
Un poco. I speak Portuguese.
Más fácil.
I speak Portuguese, so I can understand a little bit, and then we can kind of riff from there. Just don't go too fast, and then I will lose you.
Cool. Yo trato de hacer un balance entre una atmósfera quizás que asfixie un poco al lector, no tanto como una especie de claustrofobia, como un lugar pequeño, sino que con el negro y el blanco trato de hacer como un balance en las páginas.
Okay, so you try to essentially like balance the pit. You're not looking at like you're not trying to make everything claustrophobic. You're trying to leave room for fear type thing, right? Like which is very horror inspired. So interesting, right? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you really want to balance your black and whites, right? And you also try to find a lot of balance between your black and whites to kind of, right? Did I get that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. You speak Spanish too.
Apparently. Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
I
can understand.
I speak Portuguese.
I can understand, but I cannot speak because I don't practice.
Yeah.
Just a quickly. I need to go. I have to
problem.
leave. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for
Thank you, Red.
talking.
Thank you.
Tchau, Renato. Boa noite, boa noite.
I hope we
It's
can do
amazing.
this again too.
I love the
Yes.
I love
Thank you.
the through line between Daniel and Arich helping you out at your beginning of the career, and now
Yeah,
you're helping
cool.
Antonio out.
Yeah.
Now you're helping Antonio out. So it's like a beautiful. Thank you for staying on. It really.
Yeah, that's the comics guy, the artist. I'm only here because every artist I talked before, like when I was kid, I was looking at Mikey Deodato and Roger Cruz, and today I can talk to Deodato in the WhatsApp. So that's it. Comic artists are the best persons in the world.
Mhm.
We love to help each other, and we just want to see the comic book is done. We just want to collaborate. I think last night I talked to Hernan, and he's a great guy, and Marcus too. He's a friend. We talked a lot. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Tom, for
Thank you.
the opportunity, and I hope we can do this again.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
so
you.
much, Brandon.
Bye.
Thank you, Red.
Take care. Bye. All right.
Hernán, yo tengo una pregunta. ¿Tus dibujos son todos digitales? ¿Todos? ¿Los procesos de dibujo?
Sí, todo digital.
Todo digital?
All digital.
Even your paint
Es imposible. Yo no creo.
Yes, all digital.
But even like the paint splatter and everything like that, that's all digital?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He said so. He said so.
Yeah.
Do you have an iPad course that you can teach
right.
people? Because that's insane. You did. Wow.
I use an iPad, and the bad thing about this is I bigger and bigger and bigger and teeny details, and one is a book in the background. But
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Incredible.
I was gonna say, like, when we first started the working on the project, like he was sending me like a screen grab, like a photo that he took of his iPad with the drawing. And I was like, well, he uses an iPad. I don't know how you do it, because like for me, it's like I feel like that's so like for me, I almost feel claustrophobic working on. And I could draw on an 8.5, 11 piece of paper and be fine. But something about putting it on an iPad, like I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like almost like claustrophobic in a way. And I have my giant 32-inch like Cintiq here, and I'm like, I wish this thing was a little bigger.
In the past I was young in fine arts. My drops 2 meters for 3. No way. I live now in the field, and no libraries, nothing here. It's nothing. It's mountains and rivers.
And you and your art.
I pensé, come on, digital. No way here.
Yeah. Well, whatever is making it work, it's working because the stuff is gorgeous. So
Yeah.
it
so
works.
much. Thanks so much.
Hey, just a moment. I want to thank you too because I saw some message in my phone. Yeah, I want to thank you, Ibrahim Robertson. Is a great teacher. I want to thank you, Helen Shoji, that I'm working with some coloring some drawings, and he helped me so much too. And well, if I thanks everybody, like Ren Spiller said, if we thanks everybody who how can I say helped us to get in that point, it's impossible. But thank you, everybody. Everybody who's watching his live knows that you're important for me. And let's talk about the comic books.
Yes.
Amazing.
And so I got other question for about the script.
Please.
Tom, please. When I took the script, I saw, and well, it's something like robots and something like these things. And Ednan put a lot of feeling with his expressions and something like this. It's something, I don't know, you intend to do it. It's something intentional because, well, it's like a robot, it's like a drone robot or something with this aesthetic. And the 10 pages, the 10 backup stories was something very human, you know. I really love it. I really love doing this.
Oh,
he does
because
incredible.
Yeah, like I try to make it so that every story is relatable, but I want to have a certain amount of heart in every story. You know, I think that's the takeaway. You can do big action, you can do big fights, you can do all that, and you know those. I mean, obviously that's essential to a good sort of drama. But if you don't care about the characters and there isn't this core heart and care for those characters, the rest of it's just noise. You know, and like you need to understand those motivations and the characters and that's why, like with the robot, I wanted him to be like this big brooding character with a really big heart, who's very sort of simple in a way, you know, in a way he was built, and I think that was just really important because again, we've seen the big robots, we've seen all that other action stuff, and there's certainly a lot of action in this story. But don't
undersell the action. There's a ton.
There's a ton
action.
Of action.
Yeah.
Sure. But for that action to pay off and for that action to matter, you got to care about this character and root for them. And if you're, you know, and so you have to earn that. And how do you enter the story and build those characters that the action becomes earned and the consequences of that action become earned. And, you know, and that's why every story we do, like voices, like, you know, with the family, you know, like this family in trouble essentially. Right. And how we start with like this slow build of the drama. Like, so like I'm telling you, like those first 8 pages that you color, like there's going to be the other 16 coming your way, you know.
Yeah.
But like those first 8, like it really was like, first it's the story set up, it's getting to know the dynamics of this family, their motivations, why they're doing what they're doing, you know, with what, you know, within the limits of not revealing too much. And, you know, we start to amplify, we dial up the tension and then we dial it up again, you know, those 3 acts. It's like, it's like a water boiling, right? It's like we see like book 1, you see in voices, like everything's percolating, and then it really starts book 2. It's like starts to really boil up, and then by the time we get to book 3, it's overflowing out the top, right? And what has, you know, what is it that is the catalyst for that? Why does that happen? And you know, between this family dynamic, who they love each other, but like what is making this go off the rails? And again, that's sort of a big reveal, you know, in our story. But overall, yeah, every story I bring heart to it, and I think that's really important, you know. And I think family, you know, is a big key part of that. And that's why every story, like, you know, the boy and the bot, like that's a brother, that's like a sibling dynamic, right? Like a brothers, and I wanted, like, you know, with the, you know, again, all your good heroes, you put them through their paces, right? And so, like, I took away for this young boy, I took away his entire family, essentially, other than this robot, right?
Savage.
Yeah. So, like, and that's kind of where we ended up. But through having to stand on his own and through the support of this robot, he learns to kind of fend for himself. And that introverted boy becomes, you know, eventually this hero that we will all get to know. And so that's how we start with him. And then that signal story, I wanted to start with, it's, this husband and wife, the husband, I should say, who's, he's got kids. He's got one kid on the way and one kid, in the home when we first meet him. He's an astronaut. He's about to go off into space for what will be his final mission before he retires. And, because they retire out at a younger age for that stuff. And like we're doing spacewalks and stuff. So that was the setup for that. And then I wanted to kind of give it a twist of like, we start in the 80s and then he goes off into space, and what happens, again, I don't want to ruin anything for anyone who hasn't read it, but like something happens in space and then time passes, right? And it's like life moves on. And he then, again, kind of spoiling some of it, he returns. And when he returns, the life is different. The baby he never knew is now an adult. Like his wife, who was a certain age when he left, is now an old woman. He himself has not changed. And it's like, well, why did he not change? What created that situation? And this family, it's a little bit almost like Castaway in a way, right? Like Tom Hanks, he's gone off the island for a long time, then he comes back.
Yeah.
And it's like that life that he had was moved on. And so it's kind of a little bit of that in there. But it's like, now, how do you pick up the pieces from that, right? Like they still love each other, but time and distance has moved them. And
I love how you always bring it back to family.
Yeah, and I always bring that to every story has that, some part to it, whether it's an abundance of family or no family.
You're not a dad at all.
Oh no!
Yeah,
No.
it's incredible. It's something really impressive. I really love it, and then could express these things with a real impact, emotion, because los hermanos son conocidos por ser sentimiento, y me gusta mucho.
Mhm.
Me gusta mucho. The feeling, about the feeling.
Yes.
Yeah, I love.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes, I really love the script because I am father too, and all tension. The real superhero here is a father, is a mother, and no punches, no flying. Is expression, facial expression, hands, and corporal expression, and I love this. I love this.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like, again, it's like exactly what you're saying, like with the superhero thing. It's like at the end of the day, this is a family who like trying to save their child, but like at the same time, like, can they save their child? Like what, like, so that's sort of the, they're losing their child without losing their child. And what does that impact do to a family whose daughter is kind of going off the rails a little bit emotionally, psychologically? And, how do they try to save their kid? And what power do they have to even do that? When the mechanics, this omniscient thing is sort of becoming this wedge, this driving force that's basically creating a bigger wedge between them.
Yeah, talking about some readers, because my daughter and my wife, when I was coloring, he was looking at the pages, and my daughter, and my daughter said, "Oh, Daddy, why this child is so sad?" And I said, well, it's part of the story. Life, we have losts, we have wins. I started to talk about the story. It's incredible. That's the reason I love this pitch. I really like it.
Thank you. And like I said, everything I do, I try to make it sort of relatable. Like I said, like there's the dad is just on a lawnmower, but yet there's something weird happening in the background. Like there's things like that. Like again, every scene is sort of relatable. And even the boy in the bot story, like the two of them sitting there fishing on the dock, right? That's a very human experience. That I wanted to make sure was in all the stories that I tell.
But you do it in a way that's it's so incredible, because like there's never nothing's ever for no reason. Right. And I don't just mean to bring, and I don't necessarily just mean to bring the tone that scene needs, but like you're so meticulous with your details. It's incredible. Like, example, like even down to the colors, right? Like you mentioned, like, hey, that cup was a different color. Like it's just it's boggling. I love the way your mind works. The snowball
right.
of creativity keeps rolling.
Thank you.
Super cool. Real quick question from the audience, actually.
Oh, great.
Not really a question, but I figure I'd steamroll it into your question because
Sure.
Steve BK just backed Apparition on the live. So he was hoping for a crossover event for all these books. He mentioned that was his last comment. Do you think that maybe, because like there, and I was like, man, that'd be kind of cool, but like how would you even go about doing that, right? Like I guess you could see it, but
I'll without giving too much away, there is a future idea in my head of how to do something like that, but right now we have the stories that we're telling over the next couple of years, and like I said, we have Boy in a Bot book 3, and where we leave sort of the pieces of some of those characters, and where that takes that story, and then the planting of the seeds for all the other future stories. And yeah, there is a world where, I have ideas on how I would bring it all together using these different characters, and it's like, well, who of these would potentially be the central villain of this story? How do they become like this? I don't want to say like an Avengers group. Certainly, they certainly would not be that.
Well, I did call you Nick Fury before, so
right, exactly. So they're certainly not that. But it's like what kind of plot device narrative would there be that could pull these characters all together? Granted, they've intersected in the narrative, but how do I bring them where they're all standing together in some way, right? So there's some ideas there. Knock on wood, if people like the stories we're telling and they support the campaigns, we'll get there. We'll get to some of those other concepts for sure.
Yeah, it's so cool. I didn't even think about that at all until Steve left the comment, and I was like, man, that would. Now I'm starting to snowball with ideas. That's so cool if you did, So really, really awesome. Cool. So last question before we wrap up for Antonio. We kind of touched on it a little bit, but I wanted to know kind of how you approached it. Obviously, coloring Hernan's art is extremely intimidating, right? So how did you kind of set yourself up?
Nah.
How did you? Because he's so strong, also with the black and whites and everything like that too, right? So it must have been extra intimidating to add color to that. So how did you kind of find peace of mind doing it, and how was your approach?
Well, for me, I like to. I just listen to watching some series or something. For example, Netflix, HBO, something like this, while I'm coloring and taking some coloring reference. And I love to coloring something with a lot of textures, a lot of black tones. I love to coloring. I'm a total. I don't know. Outsider colorist, because sometimes the colorist likes something clean with clean inks, and no, I like the textures. I like the inks. So this style, this drawing style gives me peace of mind, because I said, oh my god, for me it's easy to color something like this, because Hernan put everything on the board, put everything. I don't need to think so much. I just need to think some things about values, about tones, but all the ambience is already there. It's already there. So I'm loving to work with this lines. But well, what gives me peace of mind? What gives me motivation to work is to see, for example, I want to get on the big ones, on Marvel, on DC, on Image. I want to get there someday, and this motivates me and gives me peace of mind to, for each new work, do some experiments, testing some new things, to find my own style. But this style has to match with something, the people like to buy and to read. I try to make a balance between what I like and what readers will like, or what the writer will like, or what the penciler, the inker, the inker's opinion, the penciler's opinion. It's so important to me because this way I can see from where I'm going. Because I sent the pages to Tom and he said, oh, looks great, but we can add some new color here, or we can change some tones here or here. I like to it. This kind of things gives me peace of mind. The work, the collaboration gives me peace of mind. I hate to do something by myself. I like to experiment. I like doing, but I really love this collaboration. For example, what do you think? Oh, I think we can do from this way. What do you think? Oh, maybe we can do something like here or here. I love it. I hate people, for example, who don't say anything or who don't speak anything. I love to critic. I love critics. I love new ideas. I'm always expanding. That's me. And that's the way I find peace of mind. I find peace of mind
Amazing.
on the crowd. No, I'm just kidding, but it's
Sounds
true.
Just based off this call, sounds like you're in the right space, though. If you like community and you like collaborating,
Right?
Yeah.
I love the dynamic team. It's a big calm storm. Is a beautiful chaos.
Yeah,
I love it.
beautiful storm for sure.
Mhm.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much, Hernan and Antonio. If you guys want to stick around, please do. But we'll be diving into the illustrators behind Boy in the Bot next. So, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Like I said, you can stick around if you'd like to. No problem. Before we jump to that, though, let's check out how Daniel's doing on his art
Mhm.
on the live drawing. Wait,
Oh, there we go.
Whoa.
Mhm.
there we go.
Amazing.
Let's go. What do we got here? We got
Oh, looks like you froze up.
two
Maybe.
people. Huh?
Did it freeze? Oh, there it goes.
No, it's a bit laggy. But as we knew, Daniel was hearing what we were saying a minute after we said it, so it might be a bit laggy. He's actually a minute further in the drawing. We just can't see it yet.
You're right.
But it looks really cool so far. Amazing. I'm
So
looking
cool.
forward to seeing that. Yeah, we'll check back in on that in a bit.
Mhm.
But once again, thank you so much. We have now introducing. Full disclosure, I have a massive headache, so I do need to go take some Tylenol. I'm very sorry about that. But I will introduce Raphael, and Matt is also on the next. Is also jumping on next. So I'll introduce Raphael and Matt, and then I should be back in time, but I will play the Boy in the Bot trailer essentially in the meantime as well. So then you can kind of actually no. Yeah, exactly. So cool. All right. So introducing. Next up, are you guys staying around? Are you guys sticking around, Hernan and Antonio?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah?
here again. Yeah, I'll
Cool.
No
take
problem.
something to eat. I get back. I go. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put you out for now, and then once you come back in, I'll add you back in.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Cool.
See you soon.
Mhm.
Good stuff. All right, so joining us for the illustrators behind Boy in the Bot, we have Raphael, who's been active in the comments and a little bit heartbroken. Raphael Loredo.
Hey everyone,
Raphael.
how's it going?
How's it going?
Hey everyone. Yeah, I was just telling Renato, I was at a barbecue a couple of hours ago, and the first thing I heard when I logged into the YouTube link was those exactly words, you know, when he's like, oh, I liked Rafael, but now I like Daniel more. I was like, oh my God, this is just too perfect. I have to do something here. Yeah, so thank you for the invite, everyone. Very, very glad to be here.
Awesome. Thank you. No, thank you for coming. It's been awesome. You were the first. You were the first creative.
Yeah, man. That's true.
Here we are, 3 years later.
It's been 3 years, hasn't it?
Two.
My God. Two. Oh,
going into our third now. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we started working together. It was like 2023.
Yeah, I had to have been 22, 23. So yeah.
So
it goes fast.
You know what? We'll get into some origin questions after too, since it's true. Sure. Like it was the first. You were the first out, right? So
yes.
Yeah, I was the first Avenger.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, you were Iron Man. If my memory of the MCU serves me correctly.
Yeah.
MCU specifically. I'm not talking about the rest of it. Amazing. All right, so let me also bring in Matt Clark, who is the editor on all of these books. So actually, maybe while I go get some Tylenol, maybe you guys can talk about like the origins and the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Don't worry.
Go through it. Matt, welcome.
Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Great to be here.
How's it going?
Amazing. All right, so I will be right back. Let's give the people the origins, a little bit about the beginnings, and kind of when you first approached Raphael, how Matt got involved. Give us some goodies.
Absolutely. I think it would be wiser and more effective if you started, Tom. How did you find me? Because I don't think I ever asked you this question. Where did you find my work?
So
how did we get connected?
Yeah, of course. So I knew that going with the way that my career was and where I was, the focus that I wanted to have my career for the next part of my life to be like. I knew when my kids were going off to college, I wanted to do comic books, right? So it's been a passion of mine since day one, and it was it was the right time and right opportunity to kind of dive deep into it. And the first thing I did was like, well, all right, I have this plan, I have a story idea, I have the concepts that I want to do, but and I knew the Boy in a Bot was going to be the first one that we wanted to start with, and with that, I was like, I want to bring in an artist that can really capture robots. Those are the challenges, right? It's like, how can you do robots? Because geometry is not easy, as we know.
It's not, man.
It's
a challenge.
Yes, geometry is unforgiving. And then on top of that, just also be able to get that sort of that youthful kind of look to the artwork, and there's guys that bring in like some edgy looks and so on and so forth. And I felt yours really had everything that I needed it to have to really tell this story. And so when I was just searching online, looking through like different artists and so forth, and your stuff just popped, I saw it and I was like, that's the guy, and then I called you, I think, or I emailed you and said, hey, are you available to work on this project? And then when we first started talking, you were big into like Gundam stuff and like robots.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, that makes sense. And now it works because like we're going to be doing a lot of robot type stuff, and again, like I mentioned earlier, like it's pretty unforgiving, like to do the action and so on. And I say that because like Matt and I, prior to starting Another Door, Matt and I worked together on Transformers and a bunch of other projects. So we're well versed in the.
We were drowning in robots.
Robots, yeah. Yes, we were drowning in robots. And so we've had Matt and I have worked together on the War for Cybertron stuff that it was on Netflix, and we worked on a lot of other Transformers related content. And so going sort of the full circle of that, which is obviously Raphael, once we had you on board and doing that, with Matt and I, with that pitch writing for the War for Cybertron stuff, him and I have always collaborated really well on story. It's like, hey, what do you think of this? And that sort of back and forth. And so I knew when, writing is sort of an isolated event, right? You kind of write it. You don't know if you're communicating well, not well. Am I over communicating, under communicating, all of those things and those insecurities that come with sort of kind of doing these things, especially in a closed environment, isolated environment. So the first person I thought of was Matt to say like, hey, I trust his instincts. I trust the writing that he's done with me in the past and others. So I wanted to use the soundboard, say, hey, does this sound good? Is this right? And And Matt comes in with this fantastic analytical view of like not just what's right grammatically and like the right words to use here and there, but story structure, character development, understanding character, taking a character's arc from one point to the next and building those and where those emotional beats need to be. So Matt really is that springboard that for that. It's like, hey, what do you think of this? And I'm like, pull no punches. Tell me it's good. Tell me it stinks. I'm okay, And
yeah, it's super important to have someone like that, right?
Thanks. Yeah, and like he's just been an amazing sort of gut check on like all of this stuff, and so that's why every book that we do, like I send it to Matt, say, hey, what do you think? He's like my first set of eyes, like outside of the talent work, actually building, drawing the book. He's the first person I go to saying, hey, what do you think of this? Am I going in the right direction?
I would say too, Tom, it's pretty rare that when someone says like, hey, pull no punches, they actually mean it.
Yes.
And if you don't pull your punches, they're like, because
right,
that doesn't always, people don't always mean that. They might say it, but they don't mean it, and then your friendships exploded, and you got some patching up to do. So, but always been, I think that's having that level of trust. I think is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, like you're the first person I thought of, like saying, like, I'm doing these stories, like who can I bounce this stuff off of that? Who's not going to think I'm an insane person for having these ideas and putting that on paper, And so like I said, it's been an amazing journey so far. Like I said, it's been 2 years, and like just the stuff that's behind me. There's a graphic that Eddie has been putting up, and it's like, you're so in the trenches, you're so making the stuff and doing that. To like take a step back and like look at the landscape of stuff that we've done in such a short period of time. It's actually been pretty cool to look at, like and having that distance and the fact that we have The Boy and the Bob, we have Apparition now launching, and there's several other books still in the pipeline, and multitasking all of that has just been really overwhelmingly fun. Like it's been like scratching such an itch that of like, I've always wanted to do this. I've been doing, again, I've been in this space between Marvel and other places and telling comic book stories and doing all that stuff and through, commercializing stuff. But finally having this moment to take this time and opportunity to build this out. And it's sort of been like, it's everything I've ever wanted to do since I was a kid. And I feel like every part of my career has led me to this moment. And it's like, because I've always looked at it and said, well, can I shape my own stories? Can I shepherd my own stuff? And it's like without a net, right? I don't have a marketing team. I don't have this team and that team. It's like, it's me and the creative folks that want to, work on these books. I don't have like a staff of business people helping to do this stuff. It's really just
your real style, right?
Yeah. And it's just through the passion of doing this stuff. And anyone could tell you, like, who's ever tried to do this or has done this and is successful at it, it's not for the faint of heart. Like you really got to love this stuff and really love storytelling in all of its forms to really try to do this, because it's a lot easier to go get a job doing something else somewhere else and doing that. And for me, I sleep maybe 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day some days, and I'm like, because I just love what I do. There's no work whistle going off saying, oh, punch out time. It's like it never ends. And so again, I've been really lucky. My entire career has been extremely fortunate, and I feel like this is the best it's ever been, because every day I get up and it's like, oh, I'm gonna be a sales guy today. I'm gonna do marketing today. I'm gonna edit. I'm gonna write. I'm gonna do some lettering, even though I'm not great at it, but I'll do it. And then like all the stuff, and then like I'm illustrating and doing all like. So it's like being a one-man jazz band. So it's been fun. It's been fun, and again, but I'm only as good as the people I've surrounded myself with, and taking on this endeavor. And like I said, Raphael, you were the first, and Matt, obviously, you and I have history from even prior to that, and it's like, and then the other folks that we've brought in since. It's been an incredible journey. Like I said, it's only 2 years in, and many more, knock on wood, many more to go.
Absolutely.
We'll go from there.
There's no question it's going to be many, many more years. The way you've, I was talking to Renato the other day about, he was sending me some of his pages to say, hey, check this out. See what I'm doing here. See what Daniel's sent me this week. And we were talking about it too. I mean, you came back to drawing, you went back to the drawing board literally. You're drawing a book, and
Right.
that's an amazing thing. You sent me some pages. I remember early on you said, like, hey man, I'm doing these experiments here with some photos and some stuff. What do you think? And I was like, dude, if this guy can write and keep up the pace for actually producing pages, he's like a one-stop shop. He does his own promotional stuff. He does his own design stuff. He publishes himself. This is a powerhouse in one guy. So kudos to you, man. I have no doubt that you're going to go like many, many years into this, because like I said, I was talking to Renato and he said, "Oh, check this out. Check this new page." I was like, "Wait, which book is this? Like, is this the second?" Oh, no, he's like, "It's the third book. We're doing another one." I was like, "Oh man, the train doesn't stop. Really? Like, there's no running out of steam in this."
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like this. I've always been one of those folks that's like, there's nothing half measured. It's either it's all in or nothing, And
That's
for me,
amazing.
it's like, it's one of those things. Like I always say this to everyone. It's like it's like I rather come off the bench, take a shot and miss than never take a shot at all. And this is me taking my shot, and the fact, and like when we talk about like the talent that that's on these books, and so thankful for everyone that's been partaking in this, even today's stream and stuff. It's like you're only good as the people that you surround yourself with, and it's not just building like books, like it's building a community and friendships with people. Like Raphael, like him and I, we still text each other. Like it's like
Absolutely.
It's not just like, oh, it's punch in, punch out. That's a coworker type thing. It's like, no, it's like, hey, how's things going? Like, how's the life? How's life going? And to me, that's the best part. And again, because I've always tried to say, like, there's no ego with me when any of this stuff. Like, I want the truth. Like what Matt was just saying. Like, kick me. It's okay. I could take a good kick because I'll learn from it. And I'll get better because of it. Like, and I know there's talent. There's people that do solicit advice, but then when they hear the advice, they're like, they don't want it. Unfortunately, they got what they asked for.
They wanted to be coddled, but they told you they wanted to be kicked. So
they just wanted affirmation. But that's not what I'm looking for. Like, I truly want to get better at, like, again, I've had an incredible career, and I love the fact that, like, I'm doing this, and it's like, but I want to get better at it. It's like everything else. Like, you don't stop getting better at something until you purposely stop, and I don't want to ever stop getting better. So I want all the voices. I'll talk to anyone, say, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And that's why, like, I get pages and like the drawings that I'm doing, and I'm like, who can I bounce? Like, Raphael, that's why I sent them to you. I'm like I need someone to look at these, because it's tough when you're in your own bubble. The only time that you can really assess your own work is through time and distance from it, But when you just finish a page, it's like, oh, that's great. And then you come back like a week later, you're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever done. But it's like, getting somebody who I respect, that, who's in this field, it's like, what do you think of this? So, and we'll share some of some recent pages that Ren colored for the Catalina story in a few. And Matt, you'll be getting that book sooner than later too to look at.
Keep an eye.
Yes,
awesome.
yes.
Love it. Can't wait.
Yeah. So, Eddie, do you want to show the trailer for The Boy in the Bus so people maybe know what we're actually talking about? This was the beginning of it all.
Well, do I have? I
think
I might have book 2. Wait, you want me to load up? Let me get.
So you have book 2?
Let me do book 1. I'll get book 1.
Raphael. Yeah, definitely. Let's look at. Yeah, if we have book 1, the beginnings of it all.
I believe.
is.
That's
Beginning of,
awesome.
beginning of it all.
Oh,
Yes.
dude.
Right?
Just
The beginning.
incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah. and
You,
it's-
you also
it's-
put those trailers are also incredible, by the way. Really,
yeah.
really great job with them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have Chris Costa, who does like all the videos for me and cuts the trailers and does all that. He's fantastic with it, and yeah, he just captures the story beat so well, you know, and that was great. But yeah, the story is just we're on book 3 now. Like we're wrapping up chapter 5 of the 6 chapters of the 6 parts, and yeah, it's just crazy. And I can't wait for people to see where the story goes.
And by the way, for people watching, when Tom says book 1, he's actually talking. It's actually 2 issues per book, right?
That's right.
So,
yes. One of the things that I always, one of the things I always want to make sure that, like, you know, when you do these Kickstarters, is that you're giving people the value of that story in that book. So every one that we do is typically 72 pages, and there's 48 pages of the main story, meaning it's really 2 chapters, like what Eddie was just saying. It's like, it really is chapters 1 and 2. It's like 2 issues worth of that. Plus, there's a backup story, an 8-page backup, plus extras, etc.
Crazy value.
Yeah, so it's like I just want to, again, I'm a fan first, you know, and a reader, and I always love just when people pack it with that stuff, and even the story is so condensed, like, you know, in a good way. I want to make sure that there's a lot of story and there's a lot of content for people to kind of chew on. And that's why, you know, working with Matt on like the character dossiers that we did and all that stuff, like it just creates like all this extra value add, again, not to use like Disney words, but like it's just more experience and more for the reader to engage with. And to me, that's what this is about, you know. And more than anything, it's like I want readers, I want more readers. I want people to, as a writer, as a creator, you want people to engage with your stuff and enjoy it and talk about it. And that's all I could ask for. And like I said, book 1 was fantastic to work on. Book 2 was great, and you know, the emotional beats we took with that one. And then book 3, it goes all sorts of crazy in a really good way, with some really cool fun twists in that one as well. And so yeah, like I said, I couldn't thank these guys enough for being part of this journey, because it's been awesome.
That's so cool. Amazing. That's great. Thank you so much for holding down the fort, Tom. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I was just the viewer there for a second. I'm like, I don't even want to interrupt you guys. You guys just
and I will say, when you talk about collaboration, like with Raphael, like when him and I started talking on the phone, it was like we knew each other for like ever. Like it was just such a relaxed.
It's one of those like crazy things. Like it's very instantaneous. The first chat we had, it was like, dude, these are my references. I was like, all right, these are cool references. I like where you're coming from, and I'll raise you to this one. And he's like, oh, I like this. Let's do this. It was also, and Robin, his wife, which is also an amazing powerhouse of a woman. Like they did this. Working with them has been one of the best experiences I had in my career, like professionally. I've been doing this for 10 years now, and I've had great clients. I can't complain of. I don't think I can complain of any clients I had, but working with Robin and Tom has been one of the most fulfilling experiences, human experiences. It has been one of the most fulfilling, because I knew the work I did was being like recognized instantly by the person that I was sending it to. They saw value on what I did, not just because it was a product that they were like they wanted to sell and make money from. Obviously, this is a business. It's not just like someone's dream, but having your work being appreciated by someone like that really, it really makes you appreciate more the process of doing this. Like Tom was saying, he wakes up and says, I'm gonna do some comics today. I'm gonna be doing some stuff that as a kid, I would like, wow, this is sometimes being in this business, it's easy for you to take it for granted, that you do a job that you would kill to do as a kid, and doing that job to someone that actually values it, like Tom and Robin, it's, it really, really, really was a great experience working with them.
Yes, that's same. And like I said, it's like, to me, again, it's all about who you surround yourself with and the talent that you bring in those relationships. Like, again, it's building a community. That's how I look at it, you know. And
it's the moral of this whole live stream is community. It really
right,
is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cue
And
the
I'll tell
harmonious
you-
music and fade out.
Yeah.
right.
I should have had that cued. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, like, I'll say one of the highlights for me in all of this really has been when you know Raphael was working on the book and he called me to say like that Marvel had called him to take on that project. Rob and I were just celebrating and cheering for him like you wouldn't believe, because it's such an amazing, again, coming from Marvel, doing all that stuff, knowing what that would create for him, you know, going and doing those books. We were so excited for him. So it's like, and then
great segue.
Yes.
Great segue, Tom. Speaking of, you built an awesome career, obviously. You some notable. You also worked on Ric Flair as well, that was mentioned before, and now you've moved to Dazzler and X-Men.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Yeah, it was a transition, to say the least. It was yeah, but I mean, when I had to tell Tom I wasn't going to be able to work with him anymore, and I got the offer from Marvel to do the mini series, and I knew it was something that could change my life, but at the same time, I was kind of heartbroken because I really wanted to like stay until the end of the journey. You know, we started the book together. Tom was coming from also from a transition in his career as well. He had left Hasbro and was making like this book, and this company was going to be his next chapter in his life. And I was like, these people take good care of me. I wanted to like be able to pay them back in some way. Like even though they are paying me, I wanted to be there as a stable resource for them. You know, I wanted to be there as someone they could rely on to produce that product, that book. But at the same time, life doesn't go it's not a linear thing, right? It's not like one duck after the other. It's kind of a mess sometimes, and a good mess in this case, because when I got the offer from Marvel, it was to do, they already came with the full offer of 4 issues, you know, so it was like, you're gonna have work until like October, you know, and I was like, oh, I that never happened with me before. I was always like, let's do this book. And then if I worked up until that point, I had only worked with indie publishers with smaller budgets and like one project at a time. And I was like, okay, this is my thing. I get this. And when Marvel came with like 4 issues, 20 something pages each, you will work from this to this. And I was like, oh, okay. Let's pause for a second here. I've been working like this one book at a time for 10 years now, with some intermissions, some books that were more stable than others. And all of a sudden the dream comes knocking on your door, like the big leagues come knocking in, and you're like, oh, this is the prime time, right? Am I ready for it? I confess that I was terrified when I came to Tom to tell him the news, because I was very the levels of anxiety were like way higher than the happiness ones, for real. I was like, oh man, I was not ready for like things to happen like this.
How did those 10 years prepare you? How did those 10 years prepare you? Like you said, you're nervous. That's a good thing to be as well, right? Like you want to have a little bit of nerves before anything that you really care about, right?
Yeah.
So how did those 10 years kind of help you be ready for it?
Well, in many ways, like I said, I've been very lucky with the clients I had over these 10 years. they were very comprehensive when I needed more time. Obviously, working for Marvel has a different dynamic when it comes to like the deadlines are something that I had to understand very early on why those deadlines matter, because Marvel has to book time in the printers in a lot of months in advance. And if my book isn't ready, like the PDF isn't ready to be sent to the printer at that specific date and time, they will pay a fine. They will they will lose money because I wasn't ready to deliver the book on time. So that is a pressure I had never had before, because like I said, working with indie publishers, it's not free for all. Like, oh yeah, it's not like super free stuff, but you have less of that pressure. You have less if it's okay if you get sick and you're not able to like draw 4 pages a week, you can make that time later, and like I said, but with Marvel, you gotta like, hey, I can't do this. They will have to put someone else in your place to make that deadline. And I love doing my job, and like I said, I wanted to be with Tom and Robin until the last page of this book. But at the same time, when that opportunity with Marvel came, I knew also that it was the opportunity I've been like waiting for the past 10 years to come my way. And working not only with Tom and Robin, but with these other indie publishers, working with these publishers gave me the experience of finishing things on time. I like to think that I'm reliable, I'm not the fastest, but I'm always communicating and saying, hey, this is where I'm at right now. Gave me the opportunity to work on my skills, which is something very important. When you go to the big leagues, you gotta be ready. You cannot be slacking off. You can't be like the big fish in a small pond. You gotta be ready when they call, because when they call and you're not ready, you'll beat yourself up for the rest of your life because you just didn't prepare enough. And I had the chance of preparing myself, like doing a variety of different genres of books. I did some horror, I did some action, some sci-fi. I did a lot of human stories, like these people talking pages, not big splash pages of action and stuff. I had a lot of those talking heads in my portfolio, like those emotional scenes. I did for Scout Comics, I did 2 books, 2 series. One of them was The Mall, which was a mix of a teenage drama mixed mafia movie, set in the 80s. And then I did Unicorn, which was a graphic novel based around grief and the emotional loss of death in the family, centered around a little girl and her father who grieved their mother, but it also had an element of fantasy in it. So I had all these but these projects in my portfolio that prepared me to tackle any challenges that were presented my way. If I needed to draw an emotional scene, I knew how to like pose the characters, lead that visual narrative to a point where, I need to get like a close-up of this face right here, because this is going to be the gut punch, that will tie it up together. So working with these other publishers before Marvel gave me the sense of security that I needed. That, like I said, when the big leagues called, I knew I was ready to do the work, the technical work.
Yeah, and it sounds like it kind of prepared you for the timeline schedule as well, right? Like having all those little skills, having all those different experiences and everything, right? Whatever was coming your way, you know, it doesn't help how much time you actually have. There's only so much time in a week, but at least you might have felt like you had all the tools in your tool belt to kind of tackle a curveball if it came and things like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like you build up all those little muscles, not just like, you know.
Oh, absolutely. I built more muscles than I actually thought I had, you know. The first issue of Dazzler, right out of the gate, I had to draw a lot of crowds. I was actually showing the book to a friend the other day. From the 20-something pages of that book, I think maybe 4 don't have crowds in them, you know. All the little heads, infinite little heads in every panel, and I was like terrified every day that I wasn't going to be able to finish that book on time. And also, not only I had crowds to draw, I had music instruments, I had a whole stage, lights, everything, special effects, fight scenes, all of those in 22 pages. And I was like, dude, this is too much. But at the same time, I had the experience and the maturity to look at that and remember, you did this before. You know how to like get this done. Just break the big task in several smaller ones. Build your reference folder. Get your 3D assets in order. Whatever it is that makes you the person that's ready to do this, do it before you start, you know. And like I said, you wait for that call your whole life. Not I mean, this is the dream, you know, working for the big 2, like drawing those characters you saw in the TV when you were a child. And I like to think that I'm a very disciplined and a resourceful person. You know, I studied a lot. I still study today. I have a set of boxes with sketchbooks with anatomy studies, perspective studies, and stuff like that I still do to this day, because like, as every artist, I am one of those that suffers from imposter syndrome. Like you always think like, oh, they're gonna find out that I'm a hack, you know, I'm a hoax, and everyone's gonna figure it out, and I'm gonna be banished forever. So I have to be doing the extra work all the time, you know, to like feel like I'm ready.
Very cool. Very cool. I think they were testing you with Dazzler. They're like, let's give him as many as many crowds as possible in Dazzler, and then if he does well, we'll give him X-Men.
Dude, they threw me on the deep end for sure. I'm like, now I'm thrilled and honored that they saw in me someone that was ready to do that book. But if I was one of those guys, was like, let's give him, because I never did anything for Marvel before that. They didn't give me like 5 pages on a C-level book that no one's gonna read. They gave me like a full mini series right out of the gate. And I was like, "Are you guys sure? This is a prank, right? You guys got to know that I didn't do this like for anyone big before."
Well, I will say the day that it came out, it was whatever Wednesday that was now. You know, I was leaving the house, and Robin, she goes, "Where are you?" This is like early in the morning before the store opened. Robin's like, "Where are you going?" I said, "Raphael's Dazzler book came out today. I got to go get it."
That's so sweet.
Oh man, this is so hard for me.
I was the first one at the store, and I was the first one to get a few copies of Dazzler, so I have it. So, and I was I was like, "Yep, those are the crowd seeds he was telling me about."
Yeah, man. I mean,
like, there they are.
I think those like 6 months that took to draw that book, those were the most nerve-wracking months of my entire life, because every day I woke up thinking, I'm not going to be able to make this. I'm not going to make it. I was really freaking out. And in October, when I finished it, and I was actually moving from to this apartment. I lived with my ex-wife back then, and I was moving to this apartment, had to like do renovations and stuff like that. I didn't have time to like process everything that happened, and I became very like I wasn't doing many things in social media at all. I was like, I don't have time for anything else, And when that ended, I had to do the renovations here, and my brain just switched gears, and I was only able to process everything that happened months later. I was actually, I told Tom I'm not ignoring you. I'm just I'm still in shock.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff happened.
Yeah.
So,
but I will say, it was all very relatable for me because what you were experiencing, I had already gone through during my time with my time at Marvel. When I first started it, the very first project I had there was the Spider-Man movie, and having to do the artwork for that and build all the licensing artwork around that. Yeah, and
it's huge.
Wow. And you deal with Sam Raimi, you work with Sam Raimi and all that stuff. It's so I get it. It was hi, welcome aboard. Here's this project and it's past due, and we need you to work on it. That was kind of how it went. And I totally understand that deep end of the pool. Here, welcome aboard, go, go, go. Yeah. So I really, then everything that you said, all the anecdotes, I've been through all of that. There. So I totally can relate in all the good ways.
Yeah,
amazing.
Man.
Quick.
Yeah, oh yeah, please continue.
No, go for it. Okay. I was just gonna ask Matt a question actually, because I was curious, because you've now that you've worked with Tom at Hasbro and stuff like that, you've had a long relationship as well. Did you think he was crazy when he decided that he wanted to roll out an entire universe? And
maybe a little bit, but nothing great ever happened without a little bit of insanity to start, right? Every great idea seems a little bit crazy, but I think I think from the moment, so I was at Hasbro before Tom came over from Marvel, and I think from the moment Tom just instantly brought that same kind of it was oh, we're all thinking here, and it was oh my gosh, now we all have to scramble to catch up, because Tom from day one, that really big thinking, big ideas, big oh, we're going to do this, we're going to make this happen, and you just be I don't know, it doesn't really work like that, and we've never really done it, and just and then sure enough, we'd look up and there it was. And I think it was, so Tom has always sort of had, as long as I've known him and worked with him, that sort of almost hurricane force of creativity. So when he kind of came to this and was this, story, but I'm oh, this is really cool, can't wait to read it. But if he's also, I've got this, and there's an off, and it's 4 books, and it's all this, he's already out this whole interconnected universe. And I think that to me was okay, yeah, that's the Tom I remember. It's not just doing just this one little, 7 books. You can see how it's the whole universe, and how it's going to evolve, and how all these characters come in. And I think something for me as a creative who kind of comes in, who isn't really tied to conventions or doesn't really care about what limitations might have been previously. It really you can either kind of just be in that sort of, well, that sounds really cool, but I'd rather just kind of be sad over here in the dark, or you can just start running and try and keep up. And I think that's a really great way to learn sometimes. He had that Marvel expertise, and I think much I still remember just sitting in the room where Tom is drawn on the whiteboard, mapping all the Marvel stuff out, and I'm just eating it up, because it was just incredible, hear the philosophy and key strategy was built out, and then being able to sort of sit down and say, how can we bring that to an IP like Transformers, and how can we bring that thinking into what, and it really was incredible. So I think when Tom came out and said, hey, my next, I'm it is that okay, yeah, that's Tom. It sounds like he's doing really well. So good to hear.
Yeah. Well, I also the great thing with Matt and I was, during our time with Hasbro was I'd say one of the best projects that I was a part of there for sure was when we did the War for Cybertron stuff. I always go back to that one, and one of the things, because again, it was one of those things that we willed it to be. It's like one of those kind of special stories in that way, right? You build it, they will come, is the way I always would say it. in a sense, like, you know, we had a toy line, we knew what we wanted to do there, but there was no like entertainment to drive it. And anyone who's ever been in this business knows, like, first thing they'll ask you is, well, what's the entertainment? What's the what, right? To help with sales and what have you. So we didn't really have it. And one of the things that came of that was like, all right, well, we know the toys we want to make, but now how do we sort of back engineer this like story for it that people, it would resonate, people will care and want to, you know, engage with the toys, right? And the first thing we did was like, you know, we figured out some of the branding and stuff. And then Matt and I, we were at the Providence office, you know, basically locked the door, put the old Marvel hat on of like editorial, like the editorial retreats of the Marvel days. And it was just like, all right, these are the characters that product development wants to play with. This is the toys in the sandbox. And now let's go have some fun and make a sandbox, right? And do that and figure out what's the play for these characters that we want to tell. And, you know, we sat there and like Matt and I, when we broke down the story, it was like, all right, here's what we want to do for Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. And it's like, these are the characters and here's the emotional beats and the arcs that they're going to go through and all that. And, you know, and this was just for the pitch, just to sell it in. We had no idea if this was ever going to go anywhere, but it was like, you can either sit around and wait for somebody to pick up the ball and run with it, or we're going to do it ourselves. And that's sort of what we did, you know. It was very sort of, you know, grunt way of, you know, grunt style working. And which I always enjoy doing because I think that's where some of the best stuff happens. And so Matt and I sat there, we broke the story. Matt put the final sort of the taking all the scramble, all the stuff we had on the whiteboard, and then building the story, and he put it together and crafted it into a linear narrative, while I put together like all like the keyframes and like the beats, the story beats to help sell it in. And sure enough, like, you know, Eddie and I've talked about this before. It's like, and ultimately from that, you know, we met with Rooster Teeth and some of the other groups, and it's like they ultimately turned it into an animated show, like a 3-season animated show, all just from like, wouldn't it be cool if, and how about we do this? And, you know, it was just all of that. It was just like kids, like, it was like being a kid again, you know, like making up stories with your toys, but it had adult consequences, which was turning it into TV, you know.
Yeah.
So
Such a
it was the TV show came, the figures came first and the TV show came after. And that was so sort of, you know, opposite for Transformers. And I think, you know, I still remember because, you know, in my role, like I would sit down pretty early on with the product team and, you know, the market. They'd sort of show me the concept and be like, well, you know, like we're kind of pitching this. It's got weapon ports and they're reposable. And we kind of like, we're talking about. I'm like, okay, that's great for the product. Like, that's not like, we gotta like, how can we emphasize that? And, you know, so we sort of flipped that into like, you know, build the ultimate battlefield became kind of like hitting hook. And that's literally what we did. Like Tom was saying, we just kind of got in a room and built the ultimate battlefield within this sandbox. And it's just so to me. And I think, you know, credit to sort of that Marvel philosophy and that Marvel thinking where it's like, you know, you have this super beginnings of just this really product concept hook, and then that turns into like, all of a sudden it's a show on Netflix, and you look up and you're like, how did we get here? And it just was it was a pretty incredible project. Absolutely, it was really something that you know, Hasbro hadn't really seen anything like that, and so that was pretty incredible.
Yeah, and you know, and from that, I'd say like we had the toy, you know, we got the toy line, we got the art of making of book, and like there was this whole thing that came, like comic books came from it, the Netflix show, obviously. So like, and that was just from like, hey, like Matt was saying, it's like seeing the toys. It's like, well, you know, romanticizing, like make me care. Why do I care? You know,
what's the why?
I need to care about this toy line, you know, and it all started from that, just asking the question and then driving it. Because again, it's like one of those things, like Hasbro really didn't have people that were doing that type of stuff. So it's like, all right, well, it's us. Let's go.
Yeah, we had like our day jobs, which was like doing the packaging and all the other stuff, and then like we'd kind of go and you know do that other stuff at night and build out that world, and that was because it was just a white space, and it was like, well, one doesn't do it. Why not us? Let's give it a shot, you know?
And we got it, and we got it to be so.
What was it like for you guys to like see that first episode of the War of Cybertron? It was like, what was it like? Like you saw it become an animated show. That first episode, you see it being aired. What was it like? What was the feeling you guys had? when you said, wow, this came from just those days of us being locked out in that room, like bashing our brains in the wall, and now it's here, it's a living thing. What was it like for you guys?
Okay, Matt, you go first.
I mean, I think it was it's a pretty incredibly surreal. And like you're sort of thinking like, thinking back to it's because you've been in it, your head's been, so head down trying to make it all happen. And then just like you sit down on your couch, you queue up Netflix and your family's sitting there next to you, and it comes on the screen, and it's just like I mean, I think it's really a testament because I think it gave me such a greater appreciation. Obviously I knew this going in, but like how much, like how many, like every show, like even like the show you might think is like the silliest, weirdest idea, like there is so much like hope and faith in someone's dreams, and like there is so much, whoever had that idea to tell that story, like there is so much invested in it, just to like it's going to take so many twists and turns, maybe it gets pulled in a direction here and there, but like someone had to like believe in it, like in a way that was just like absolutely relentless to make anything watching, on Netflix or any other streamer, like make that happen. And I think like, I think I came out of that, was watching just that moment, being able to say like, hey, like I had a hand in making this, but also like really having that appreciation, just like, wow, like this is my idea, and look at all ideas that, or it's surrounded by.
Yeah. And for me, it's and same thing. It's like, we building out all the branding, the visual identity of what this whole thing was going to look like, plus, the story, et cetera. And there was like all these different things that we had come up with, like this blue light concept, like that was put on like this like invisible ink that was on all the packaging, and getting that into the storyline and doing all that, like feeding that to the creatives that were actually day in and day out working on that show. And to their credit, like I said, when they saw the branding, saw the story pitch that we built, they were like, yeah, we want to make a show about this, and like I said, to their credit, they did. And, and so watching the episodes, it's like knowing like where that idea came from, like, when there's like a scene where like the resistance is scanning the wall and stuff. All right, that was our idea where we plugged that in. And, Matt and I would sit and review all their scripts, and we would review all the characters and we would look at all the characters as they were coming in, the models for those characters, and give creative notes on those models. And, just the idea of coming up with like that distressed look, the war-torn look for the characters, right? Like giving that look, like we were just coming up with that, like, having like, 90-degree angles on geometry is going to have scratches. So like the paint's pulled away and stuff like that. So, this battle damage, just the idea of like the color palette of like this sort of like almost like purplish tone, like these hot magentas is like being like these Cybertronian burning embers. And like, what does that look like on their planet versus Earth?
That sentence alone, Cybertronian burning embers. That's
right. Yeah. And it's like, yeah. So
just that phrase alone. Is
yeah. And how they carried that into the story visually, and their artists that were conceptualizing it for television, for the features and some of the animation, like that was a big part of it. And just getting our stuff into that show was just very rewarding. And again, it's just all from just good collaboration and good partnerships and seeing it through. But really, I mean, that show existed because we wanted it to be, like, I mean, yes, there was a leap of faith for all the other people involved, and there's the whole business side of that. But really, it started with us in a room saying like, why do I care? Like, what make me care about this toy line? Otherwise, it's just a hunk of plastic, like without it having resonance and some core value through narrative and storytelling. That was the driving force. And then seeing it not just in retail, like with the packaging that the packaging team did, utilizing those assets, but then, we built a Target program based off of that. Again, talking retail stuff, like we had a whole other capsule program related to it. So it was one of those things where we willed it to be, and like this whole ecosystem ultimately got, like, what started as a singular toy line became this full ecosystem with being propelled by this entertainment that did not exist until we said, why don't we have this entertainment? So again, it's one of those Cinderella stories. And like I said, Matt was my partner in that part of the journey of that. And it's still one of my fondest memories of that time period, for sure.
Amazing.
Yeah, likewise. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great question. We do have to move on to all the other amazing cover artists that are involved. across this amazing, great big world. If you guys like, you can stick around for sure. Up to you. No.
I'm sure.
If you need to drop, you need to drop. No pressure either. But before we bring in some more incredible talent, let's just take a look at how Daniel's doing on the giveaway.
Man, he's fast.
Look at that.
There you go. Little grainy. It's definitely gonna look. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, that boy can draw for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can. That's so cool. Amazing. All right, so progress is moving along there, and we're also moving along here. So let's bring in a few more incredible people. First joining, let's go with Daniela Rivera. Daniela Rivera is a cover artist on The Boy and the Bot. Hi, Daniela.
Hi.
Hey, Danny.
Hi. My head is so big here. Let me. Oh, yeah. Hello. Jump scare. Hi. Nice to meet you all.
Yes.
Nice to meet you too. Next up, we're bringing in John Tyler Christopher.
What up, y'all?
What up, John? How's it
Hey,
going?
John.
Going?
How you doing?
Boy, a little envious of your guys' backgrounds.
Pretty cool background.
There we
You have
go.
a bunch of long boxes there. It shows you're committed to the craft. That's all.
Right?
And then last but most certainly not least, Eisner Award winner, Tony Washington.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony, how you doing?
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
No pressure.
Good, right? It's great seeing all you guys. It's awesome.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
thanks
thank you so
for
much,
having me.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's
Like,
nice.
you work in such isolation, and you're partnering, and you collaborate with folks and stuff. But to get to see everybody, it's just overwhelmingly awesome. So thank you guys.
Yeah. No,
Very
thank
cool.
you.
Overwhelming is the world. Yeah.
Yes.
This is so crazy to me, honestly. But I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be invited.
Yes.
All right, amazing. So I will, in the order that I brought you guys in, let me ask you a quick question. If we snowball into other conversations and stuff like that, awesome. But let's just get the ball rolling. Daniela, quick question to you. You contributed to anthologies, light novels, graphic novels, and covers over the last 5 years, right? So a lot of different mediums. For viewers meeting you for the first time through the Boy and the Bot cover, how would you describe your artistic voice and what drives your love for visual storytelling? Not a long-winded question at all. Sorry. I should have picked a lighter one for the first question. Sorry about that. Hindsight's always 2020. Sorry.
You give me in my weakness, to define my artistic voice. I'm still
okay. I'm sorry. So let me
out. But no, it's okay. I mean, the part that I did for this project was like my cutesy style. I think I cannot go out of it a lot, but it's more like a warm kind of illustration and cover art. I try to be more sharp, like the heroes here present. But yeah,
trying to get the cover in without
super kitty. Honestly, it was super to be reached by Tom, because he was like, he actually showed me as super, like, I want this for my coverage. I was like, are you sure you want like this super old drawing of me? And it was like, okay, yeah. And he was like, yeah, I want this warm, super cozy variant cover. And I was like, okay. And yeah, it's still my style. I do this kind of illustration, but okay, I'm going all around.
No. It's
but
great.
yeah,
Don't worry about it.
I mean, I just love storytelling too much. I mean, comics was something really far from me. I mean, growing up, because I grew up in Mexico, and there's not a lot of exposure in comics for me. And my family didn't even phantom any kind of. I'm the weird one in the family, as many of us, I guess. But yeah, I just discovered that it was my thing, like creating stories since I was like playing with my little action figures and like creating these crazy stories like since I was like little. And then I grew up and I discovered like manga, I discovered anime, and then I jumped to comics and I was like, yeah, this sounds like my jam. And I told to my mom that I wanted to study like arts, and she was like, in Mexico? Are you sure? Like, let's see what it is. And I mean, it's coming great. I love to read. I love to consume multimedia, and I just love stories so much. So yeah, I'm grateful to be part of this industry, honestly.
Yeah, beautiful cover. Very, very warm, as you were saying, is the exact way that I would describe it. It just feels cozy. Like it's really cool. And especially Tom,
I was gonna say, I mean, that's I mean, when I saw her body of work, that was a perfect match for the type of story that we're telling, with the boy and the bot. And I knew bringing in this group of talented folks, like just the type of covers that we were going to be doing. Like, I knew I had action adventure covered, I had like over the top cinematic and all that stuff, but I also wanted one that really kind of gave it heart. Like it captured a moment in time, like this playful innocence between this boy and his older brother robot, if you will. And like I said, Danny just did a fantastic job bringing that to life. And again, it's one of everyone who sees the covers, they're like, oh, they really love that cover, because again, it speaks to the heart of the story so much.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's making that resonate, besides obviously the immense skill that she has. So thank you, Danny, for putting that cover together, because it was beautiful. So thank you.
I don't know how I ended up in this roast, honestly, but it's amazing. Thank you.
Amazing. All right. So similar question for John, Tyler, Christopher. You've done a bunch of covers. You've done Star Wars covers for Marvels in the famous toy style, which is always really, really cool. And you've also done a lot of negative space colors, right? Am I saying that correctly, right? Mm-hmm. So that's just, they're both very artistically styled, right? So that's really, really cool. For viewers meeting you through The Boy and the Bot, how would you describe your artistic voice, right? Like, because those are two, they from the same person, but they feel very different, right? So how would you maybe describe, what's the bridge between your artistic voice? What's the bridge between that is your artistic voice? Maybe I really got to find shorter questions, guys. I'm sorry.
No, dude, it's a great question. I mean, I think I only have like 3 or 4 hours to answer the question, though. So, so like my background is a lot different than most other artists. Like, I'm a very like dualistic-minded person. I studied theoretical math and philosophy, was like my original area of study. I dropped out with a year to go because I hated it and decided to try animation. I hated animation, so then I was like, I'll be the character designer for all the kids in my art school. That led me into advertisement.
Okay.
And so I worked in like advertising. I was that guy that made the stupid flyers at the Home Depot when you walk in the front door for like several years. And then that kind of like led me into like video games and gaming and all this other stuff, which then like led me into comics. So like I'm constantly trying to find new ways to reinvent myself, but I'm also pragmatic enough to understand that like when you find something that works, run with it. So like I'm always trying to think of like what is the next way I want to reinvent myself. And like the cover, for example, for Tom was, I mean, I hadn't like painted in forever, and Tom comes to me, as he always does, with these like, I got this big project and it's like going to be like super cool and epic and blah blah blah. And to his credit, man, he always gives me the freedom to run and explore and experiment and try to change my voice, because I don't want to make the same album over and over again.
Right.
I mean, you do what the market demands, but for me, it's always just trying to find something new and something fresh. And, doing the action figure covers for so many years, and then like developing my own action figure line with Hasbro, and then the negative space, which has been like some of the works that appeared in video games, like anything and everything, man. Like worked for Farmville. I've worked for you name it. And I just love like trying to find a new way to sing. You know?
Yeah, it's so cool. Is this? I might be getting covers crossed, just in case. Let me know. Am I getting this right? Is that your cover?
No, the other.
No. Okay. Let's pretend we didn't see that.
and then I'll say like, with the one thing I wish we could share about it, it's
there we go. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I just want to make sure.
I was gonna say one of the great projects that talk about the world of Transformers, like Matt and I were talking about earlier. John was instrumental and great when we creating like for the next pitch thing that we did. Mm-hmm. All the concept art, character development and stuff. John was instrumental in all of that stuff. And that was like another one of those highlight projects for me, where it was just like we built this whole world of stuff, you know. And again, it was just all this like, wouldn't it be cool if, you know? And we were coming up with a new villain and this whole backstory and building up this whole ecosystem of like the language and the stuff that we were doing with these characters. Some of that will never see the light of day, unfortunately, but like we did so much work on that. And that was like Kid in a Candy Store, another one of those stories. It originally started as Transformers Legacy, and that was like this whole like 80s rock vibe thing that we were doing, you know, and like with these colors, and it wound up becoming what it became ultimately. But the story that we started with, and John was instrumental in that, like, you know, from our first days with Marvel and going into the Hasbro stuff was just awesome. So I love working on that stuff. That was another top project.
Hell yeah, man. Well, you know, Tom, it's like one of those crazy things, and it's I think something I'm gonna blow some smoke up your butt here for a minute. But like the one thing that Tom gets that is such a unique thing in the world, and it's somebody who has like a background in both business and in art, is like Tom understands the different, like he understands the heart of a story, but he also understands that like the badassness that needs to come along with it, and like you know, the rock and roll, if you will. Mm-hmm. Without like making it just commercial crap, right? Like, yes, there's finding that like it's got to sell, so it's got to be big and cool, but it's also got to like have a story and characters you care about. And like, it's one thing, like he was constantly challenging me to go both ways. Like I could never just sit in my comfort zone. And like as someone you want to work with and for, like you can't ask for anything more than that, right? Like constantly trying to make it better.
That actually echoes kind of what Matt was saying before about Tom as well. So Tom, I'm sorry, but a lot of praise coming your way today.
I can
not the intent of this at all.
I can concur with John. Working with Tom, the way we worked doing our pages. Not only he sent me a script, but he also sent me a page layout, like not like something written in stone. Like he would do these collages with photos, with stills from other comics, and he had like the sensibility for every panel. Like he'd have the description for the panel, and he had like the specific angle or a suggestion of how to tell that story. And I actually have some of the page layouts I did for the first pages. Can I like share the screen here?
If you have a link or if you have a file, you can maybe send it to me, and then I can. Can you share the screen? Do you have a?
I think I can. I can share the screen. Let me.
Oh, okay, if you can, then go for it. Yeah, please.
Just to show you the.
I thought you were asking
how
he could share the screen.
Yeah.
Please do.
Let's see. Just to show how much he can like be, how specific he can get to show you the vision
behind the scenes.
You know. Let's see. Can you?
Oh, I'm gonna add it in. Yeah, I'm gonna add it in now. Yeah.
So this on the left, this is one of his like what he sent me for the layouts, and on the right is what I sent him back. Like this is what I extracted from the ideas and the descriptions he gave me. So for every page, he'd get like, dude, I want something like this. What can you do from this? You know. So he has the vision, he has the sensibility to tell the story, and he shows you how to do it, which is something that I can never be thankful enough, because he did it like so masterfully that when I finished those pages, I was like, huh, I'd never have gone to that direction had he not given me those pointers, you know. So
that's actually one of my favorite scenes from book 1, where he walks away and the screen says terminated. That's so good. I love that scene.
Like it came from him, like not just some lines on a Word file, you know.
Yeah.
He sent me like the vision. He's like, this is what I see. Make this look badass and awesome. And
So cool.
I can't be thankful enough for those pointers, you know.
All right, that's it. You guys are all invited to my funeral.
Well, one of the funniest things, if you're not aware of, is that like Tom's an incredible illustrator too, right?
Yeah.
So like, there's times where he'll send me drawings of like what he's looking for, and I'm like, I'd like the paycheck, so I'm just gonna roll with it. But like, you know, you can just turn this in yourself, man, and save yourself a ducats. Like, it's like, holy crap, dude, he's so good.
All right, amazing. All right, so let's get to Tony now. Tony, pleasure to have you here. You're an Eisner Award winner, as we mentioned. As I mentioned, a New York Times best-selling artist. You've shaped the visuals for giants like Blizzard, DC, Konami, Upper Deck, Riot Games, Midway, and more. Is there anything you haven't done? Like, I want to ask you about your history, if people, you know, but like I think like that might take. Like, is there anything you haven't done? Is there anything on your list that you haven't checked off?
I mean, like, one, thank you guys for having me on. For stuff I haven't touched, I mean, Batman is something I've never worked on. Out all the years I've been in the industry, I've been at this for 30 years this year.
Yeah.
You know, I remember going to come with my portfolio and trying to get a job at Marvel and DC at 15 years old and 16 and 17. I lucked out and got in at 18 with the Image at 18, and working for those guys. So, you know, was put strategically in front of Jim Lee's office, and I'm like, thanks guys, no pressure. I'm not brand new. So they gave me help for that, which is great, and it helped to teach me how to get faster, to hit monthly deadlines and all that kind of stuff. But that's been starting a journey learning digital art and learning Photoshop. Was nothing but traditional art, so I had to figure it out and get my chops up with those guys, and you know, I'm forever grateful for that. And but that led me into everything from video games and to feature film and designing, you know, film, movies, and video games and posters, and you know, but all of it's been amazing. And you know, in between that's where I met Tom. And when I started working with him at Marvel with Marvel Entertainment Work, and it was like Superhero Squad, which is a lot of fun. And for me at the time, like my whole portfolio prior to that was nothing but explosions. So I was doing anything that had this explosion and then this big sci-fi thing, and to switch out to do a really full palette and a lot more heartwarming. Like I mean, I keep will echo with everyone to touch onto the superheroes, but a whole different take on them. It was a lot of fun to create palettes and paint all those different elements up. But you know, for me, it was awesome because I got to work on every one of the Marvel heroes at the time, and you know, so it was I really enjoyed all the work that I had done with Tom during that time. And you know, and fast forward, just not too long ago did the cover for his book, and the same thing. I mean, like I would bust out sketches, try to ask your feet, and Tom would kick over like incredible ideas on top of my sketches and layouts, and I'm like, dude, okay, let me just figure this out. So I would do my paints, and and I really wanted to again connect with the story level. I love all the different movie poster styles that were already happening within the project, and for me, I was just like, I wanted to be able to capture a moment between them, and just the duck and the fishing sequence just connected with me. And I was just like, yeah, let me. I mean, I can go lighter on the tone. I can still get really detailed like I typically do. To have that opportunity to jump in and do like a really good something really fun sunset stuff, and just capture a comedic moment, but something that's heartfelt. I think is, one of the big touchstones within the story. So I wanted to be able to do that and, capture a moment within, just a still. It's always a challenge, to be able to convey story with a single image. But, but I love the opportunity, and Tom's ideas and feedback were huge on making sure that this got crafted the way that really connected with the story. So I appreciate the opportunity to be even a part of this.
Awesome. Oh, appreciate
even the emotion just in the eyes of the bot there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a nod to Tom.
Yeah, one of the things, like, when we were talking about the covers, it's like same thing. I wanted to create that's a pivotal part in the story for book 2, right? It's when the sort of the younger brother becomes sort of the adult, and then the adult becomes the child in a way. And it's a very kind of pivotal moment. And I really wanted to capture that on a cover, and Tony did a fantastic job with it. It was like the idea of like, the boy is teaching the bot how to fish. The bot can clearly just go in the water and just grab them all. But it's not about the collection. It's about the time spent with somebody fishing, right? And it's that emotional connection. And so he teaches the bot, like the father taught the son. The son is now teaching his now new sibling, and he's teaching him how to fish. And just like a typical older brother, younger brother dynamic, the younger brother, the smaller brother, does something better than the older brother, and he has like this moment of jealousy almost, and because he gets the fish, yeah, and he gets like this little fish, and the younger brother, like, he gets like this giant fish, and that emotional moment, like that connection, like the bot says to him, he's like, "It's getting late, we gotta go," and he's like, it's like he got bested, and it's just like it irks him a little. So I was like, I want to capture that, and like I said, Tony did a fantastic job capturing it. Yeah, all these guys did fantastic jobs on all the covers, and it's like, again, I can't thank you guys enough for, one of the things, like when I first started this, I was calling like folks that I've worked with for years, like Tony and John and so forth, like when we were starting the covers, and having those conversations, and I was like, look, here's what I'm doing, and everyone's like, and this is one thing I can't thank everyone enough for. It's like everyone's like, Tom, how can I help? How can I be a part of this? How can I help you see your dream through? And I'll be forever grateful to everyone on this call for making that possible, because it really was everyone just jumping in saying, hey, how can I help you to do this? So that means more than anything in all of this. So I can't thank you guys enough.
Thank you.
So incredible.
Our pleasure, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the collection of covers that, and you kind of mapped it that way, right? You went and you grabbed the right people, but like I love the fact that you wanted to have that different feeling from each cover. You wanted to have a different emotion, maybe not a different emotion evoked, but just like a different look into the book, right? From each cover's eyes. So that's beautiful. Speaking of, somebody in the chat asked when book 3 is going to be launching.
That'll be out soon. As we will be pre-launching, not to spoil too much, but we will be pre-launching that book once Apparition is delivered to all backers.
Okay.
So our goal is always to.
Tom, you should explain that though, because Kickstarter is not typically the way you work. Typically, the way Kickstarter works is that you back a book, you get the book, and then it's 6 months later, a year later.
Yes, for us, when I do these projects with all the amazing talent that we're working with, it's like, we make sure that the book is done before we really get into the funding of it and do all that stuff. So realistically, the Kickstarter campaign itself is really just to determine the print run. So typically, once the campaign ends, it's about a month, because that's the turnover time for the printer. And then we get the books, we go through them all, to make sure that the quality control is there for on my side of it, and then we start shipping them. So typically, from the point of campaign end to when it's about a month after we start delivering. And the plan is when the book is getting into people's hands, that's when we pre-launch the next one. So we're always keeping that rhythm. So if we're delivering this book, let's say by February, again, I haven't tracked out the full time because we just kicked it off today, but let's say it's getting into people's hands in February. That means The Boy in the Bot book 3 will be kicking off. The pre-launch will be in February.
Wait, so you're telling me you make a product and make sure it's good,
and
then sell it to people instead of scamming them out of money? You need a future in this business model, Tom. You might be onto something, buddy.
Right? It's amazing. A lot of people do that, but I always want to make sure that it's done. Like literally, that last month, that overlapping month when the crowdfunding is going on, that's when Matt is editing the book. Like, that's when we're dotting I's and crossing T's, is that last month. Just make sure everything is buttoned up and ready to go and is print ready. And then as soon as we know how many we're printing, we're off to the races.
Well, I think that speaks to your, like, again, your vision, man. Like, right? Like, so many people, I think, in today's culture, it's just about creating content, like whether it's junk or not. But you're having the vision to see, like, I want to tell this larger story. And if it takes a while to get it out, that's better, because once it's done, it's your vision, it's what you wanted, and not just, well, we're just got to churn and burn, baby. You know, like, that's really.
Thanks. Yeah, and even like the cadence of the book. So like having Apparition come out, like the book one of that come out before Bot book 3, like that's intentional, you know. And then having the Voices book come after that is intentional, because again, if you want to read it all, it becomes this bigger sort of tapestry ecosystem of storytelling. But you don't have to, you know. But if you want it, that's the reason why I'm doing it in the cadence that we're doing it, you know. So there's a master plan behind the crazy.
Amazing. So there you go, Joel. That is your answer. So look forward to March. But in the meantime, hit that QR code and go back Apparition if you didn't already.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you said that in the comments above. I'm sorry, Joel, if you did it. If you already said that in the comments above. But yeah, incredible. All right. We got some time. You guys okay to stay on for a little bit longer than 45? And maybe I can throw you each another question? Or you have does everybody have a hard cutoff at 45? If anybody does, I can ask you a question first. No? Awesome. Anthony, one question that I wanted to ask you, since you said you're good first. You're to add to your repertoire of amazing things you've done, you're also a music producer, right? If I'm right? Yeah. So does that, how do those two worlds, those two worlds meet in your art? Do you feel like you're looking for the beat in the art?
Yeah, I mean, that is a big part of it. I mean, when I'm working, a lot of the time I get, you know, ideas. When I'm producing my own music, I'll get ideas from my beats, and then I'll create visuals to go to my beats, and it goes vice versa. I can draw something, pick up something from some art. I'm like, you know what the music or sound design would sound like this, and then I would go in a design, you know, or you know, beat, you know, produce outside of that. I mean, so yes, it does. They do coincide, and you know, I've shared some not too long ago something I'm up to. You know, so I'll be able to share a lot more on that very soon. But definitely there. I mean, I have music on iTunes and Spotify, all that kind of good stuff. But there's something a little bit bigger than that I normally would do for my own personal stuff. So it's kind of built towards like dome kind of theater projections. So you know, that's something I've been working really hard on for the past like year and a half. So I'll be able to share stuff next year with it. But it's definitely me producing all the music. And I mean, if I turn my camera, you would see my basses and guitars over here, and you know, behind me, my setup. What's that?
Right? Did I see a keyboard behind you, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, there is. I mean, if I slowly go back that way, you can kind of see some of that stuff over there. But but yeah, I mean, I'm always producing and or drawing, so it kind of never stops on creating. So I'm a workaholic. I'm not gonna lie.
How do you refill your creativity with so much creativity pouring out of you? How do you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's jumping between both of those areas. I mean, when I will get burnout at it. You know, always happens, but it's okay. I mean, I know I need to stop for a minute, and then I'll go jump on, grab my guitar, or grab a bass, or make some drum beats. Or when I move back to the art. So it goes back and forth. Just been, you know, which has been great. You know, and I've been actually making music longer than I've been drawing. I mean, I started playing piano as a kid. But it was art that started to pay the bills. So I was like, okay, let me slow down on that.
I was gonna say, Tony, I think one of the first times you and I met in person, you had given me your CD. That was awesome.
I did.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yep. I still listen. Yeah, he has his stuff on Spotify. I listen to it sometimes when I'm drawing. So yeah, he has.
Do I just look up Tony Washington on Spotify? Is that?
No, it would be Station Stories. So I mean, actually, I have a CD. I think I got a CD I could bring up. Hold on one second.
I have volume 1 somewhere in my house. But I listen to it digitally now.
Yeah, that's one of the CDs right here. So I don't know if you can see it, but I know the text is backwards, but I do all the art, all the art and music on this stuff. So but
I can't. So what's the name?
Station Stories.
Station Stories. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Station Stories. Look it up, everybody listening.
Yes.
So cool. I know I will. 100%. Really cool stuff.
So it's all lots of instrumental music, but hopefully you guys like it.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. So let me see here. So, Danny, flipping over to you for a question. You have done other works before, like light novels, anthologies, graphic novels, and stuff like that, right? You had mentioned that the comic books was kind of like, if I remember correctly, you said it was kind of like the end game, right? Was that correct? That's really what you wanted to do, or was it just in general art in the space?
Sorry, my stream is getting a little laggy.
Oh, it is?
I just got but it's my Wi-Fi. I'm sorry. What was the question? Sorry.
Essentially, like, was comic books, I think you said this before, but comic books were your end game, right? That's where you wanted to end up. So what do you what's a project or something that you're looking forward to hopefully doing in the future or something? What's your journey look like, or your ideal journey look like? We had someone before earlier on say that their end game, their end goal is working on X-Men. Like there's everybody's at a different stage. So what's your next stage?
Oof. I mean,
no pressure.
No pressure.
I'm hitting you with the big questions. I should have
just my life plans. No, I mean,
in the comic book space. In the comic book space, to be specific.
If you would have asked me, like, I don't know, 3 years ago, I will tell you, like, for sure, just to work for DC. Like, that would be
nice.
Yeah, no offense. I mean, I know, but
I was going to say, I think you're wearing a Marvel shirt, man.
But it's not like that. It's like it's a gift. No, but no shade. I just I prefer DC.
No, of course.
And I would have answered that. That I wanted to work there, but I don't know. Seeing how the industry is like right now, and I just feel a bit intimidated, and I've been finding a love for indie projects. So, or just independent projects per se. So I just I feel like I'm a very romantic genre girl. So I just love everything to do with it. Of my favorite books is Saga. It's
Saga's so good.
It's amazing. Yeah. So I that's my jam, just to do something like that. That's my end game, to have my independent comic based in a love story, because it's not something that you find easily in the comic world. It's weird. So I want to find a writer to collab, because I'm not a good writer. I'm a super I don't know how to say it. I'm a terrible writer. I don't know. You can see the plot twist from the beginning.
Are you just being your own worst enemy, or is that...
Yeah. So I want to collab with a great writer that gets it. So I'm trying to find him. I don't know. But that's my ending. Cool. Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first. The next Saga, illustrated by Danny Rivera.
And you gotta check out her Instagram too, because she's got some really beautiful art. I'll just say she's got some really beautiful art on there.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
It means a lot, coming from you, because you're a crazy artist. So when I remember when I was doing my cover, I was like, okay, so here's the sketch, and it's easier to work with someone that isn't an artist, because they just there's not so much pressure, okay, so here it is. What do you think? And they're usually that's great, that's looking great, whatever. No, but change this, change that. But with Tom was that's perfect, but here it is, my vision. And I was like, oh, it's way better than what I was thinking. And so, it was like, it's not even like, I don't even feel bad. It's like, that's amazing. Why I didn't think about it before.
Yeah,
So it's like, I was
absolutely.
like kind of jealousy of the talent. You're like, okay, this is hard. I'm good. I'm fine getting feedback, but this is like, okay, I'm learning. So that was nice to work with Tom. I felt that I was learning too. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, all right.
That's the end of the yada yada.
No,
Yeah,
no. Awesome. All right. So final question for John. John, what because do you plan on? Have you done interiors? Sorry if you've done covers mostly, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you planning on going to interiors, or is it
No.
really love? Okay.
No.
All right.
I actually recently wrote and illustrated a 10-page Fantastic Four story.
Oh, cool.
And it was so awesome.
Yeah.
But it damn near killed me.
It was so hard.
It was super rad, man. But like, I did some interiors for Top Cow when I first started, when I first broke into comics, and again, it was a lot of fun. But like, I love my wife and children more than I love comics, and I can never put them through that again. So it was one of those like, hey man, like fun project, had a blast. I ended up co-writing it with a buddy of mine, Andrew McIntosh, who was the lead writer for Shadowrun for a while. And like, I mean, man, like it was such a great learning experience, but no, never, no.
Comics is single.
But I shouldn't say that. I would do it on like a creator-owned thing or something like that, like because the shtick is for me, man. Like I love Marvel, like they've been so good to me. But at the end of the day, when I'm like, yo, I spent 3 months doing 10 pages, man. Like I can't afford this in my life.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I know it's blunt, but there you go.
No, I love it. I love it. Authentic and honest. Great. How do you, I don't want to weigh things, but like, what do you prefer toys? Do you prefer like we're doing the artwork for toys and stuff like that, or do you prefer like the comic book?
Both, man. I don't like. I just
you
like
get a different joy from each. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%, man. Yeah. Like I think. I mean, I am not musically talented, Tony, at all. So I am super jealous and envious. I gotta make a barbecue because that's another like art form. I guess I've dabbled.
Hey, barbecue. Not everyone can cook.
Some ribs, baby. That's all good. No, man. Like as I mentioned earlier, to me, like my journey, it's like the journey of an artist is such a unique thing, right? Because you start like when I was a kid, man. Like I just wanted to be Jim Lee. Like that's it. Like if I could, Jim Lee was the epitome of where art was, and I've told this story numerous times, but like I once had this weird epiphany of like, well, if I want to be Jim Lee, who did Jim Lee want to be? And then that got me down. Like that's when I discovered like Art Adams, and I was like, holy crap, Jim Lee really wanted to be Art Adams back. But then who did Art Adams want to be? And then like I started following back through history and like the whole negative space thing. I discovered that in high school, man. Like that's Cole Phillips and stuff like that. And it really got me on the journey. So as an artist, like you constantly you want to create. Like my mission when I first started in comics for one was like, all right, Marvel's hiring me to do Spider-Man. So it's Spider-Man by John Tyler Christopher. I wanted it to become a John Tyler Christopher Spider-Man. And the moment I achieved that, where it was like, hey, these are John Tyler Christopher covers of these characters,
right,
is the moment I was like, cool, I'm done with this crap. Time to move on to the next thing, because that's when you should be reinventing yourself and discovering new things. So like, I enjoy working in comics, but then toys presented a whole new challenge and a whole new avenue of exploration and how to express myself artistically. And working in I love toys. I love working in film. I love working in video games. I love working in any medium. And like my new thing right now is like my new just personal project. I'm trying to create an art style that AI cannot replicate. Like that is just like my new personal challenge that I am like taking on. For no reason other than like, wouldn't it be cool Yeah,
That's pretty hardcore, man. That's pretty metal. I gotta say. Yeah,
it's like pushing you in thinking in new dimensions, right? Like that's where like that theoretical math background and philosophy is like.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
You know, my favorite quote ever was Bobby Kennedy. You know, like some men see things that are and ask why. I prefer to see things that never were and ask why not. And that really resonates with me. And so I really want to find new ways to explore, man, and like push myself and push art in general. You know, like is it going to happen? Probably not. But art is the journey with no destination. You know, like it's about the journey.
That's beautiful. And that's a great way to wrap up the questions and everything. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Each one of you, I can spend an entire hour, 2 hours, 3 hours a day talking to. So thank you so much I know it's just a little bit short-lived, but thank you so much for joining and being a part of this. I know Tom appreciates it. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Can't thank you enough.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Y'all rock, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Amazing. All right, so I will pop you guys off. We'll take a last check on the art from Daniel. Should be close to wrapping up. Hopefully we'll see the end of this. I don't know. But it's looking good. It's looking good. I can keep you guys on. Oh, wait, can I keep you guys on? Let's see.
Oh, it was just
yeah, it was just there. It was yeah, no, okay. I have to pop you guys off. I'm sorry.
Okay. There it is.
So great. Thank you so much. Yeah, but it's tiny. I want to
thank you, guys.
See you guys.
Adios, y'all.
You guys, thank you for having us.
Yes, thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Tom.
Yes. Beautiful.
And we're at the end, and let's see how Daniel's. Oh my God, that's so cool. That is
incredible.
So cool.
Yeah. And what's great is like, obviously, you know, Daniel's been putting this together, you know, for the entire stream, and you know, our plan is after this, you know, those that have backed the campaign during this 4-hour window, we're going to do a raffle, and then we'll just let the person who won the raffle know via email. And when their order for the book, their whatever they backed on the campaign, gets delivered to them, this will be with their delivery as well. And as a thank you to everyone who has been a part of this with us for this last 4 hours, we're going to take that piece of art, we're going to get it colored, and everyone will get a free print, 6x9 print of this piece as well. So one lucky person will get the original. Everyone else will get a commemorative print of this. That's our thank you for taking this time throughout everyone's busy day and sharing in this experience with us and supporting our dreams of making this stuff a reality. So I can't thank everyone enough. And that is one of our big thank yous is the 6x9, the trading card, and the poster for those that backed during that 4-hour window. So again, thank you all very much for taking the time to be here, and we really appreciate it.
And if you were waiting till the end of this to back, well, you have still you have 9 minutes left to make it into that 4-hour window. So please go back the comic now. It's just incredible. Tom's incredible. If the mountains of praise that he's received across these 4 hours aren't enough to convince you, you can watch an old episode with Tom that I did talking about the boy and the bot and a little bit about his origins and stuff like that. So if you want to know more about Tom, go check that out. I know I saw some of you in the comments already saw it, so thank you for tuning in. And yeah, Tom, any final words before?
I was gonna say, do you want to up?
Or any final things?
Yeah. I was gonna say, do you want to show a little bit of the Catalina stuff?
Oh my God, we didn't talk about Catalina.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to tease any of that stuff? I mean, entirely up to you.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's throw up Catalina. I mean, yeah, I can't believe we didn't talk about Catalina. When were we supposed to talk about Catalina? I'm actually looking at this.
I don't remember. I was just having a great.
It was just fun. It was just great.
Enjoying everything. Yeah. So
yeah, let's throw up Catalina. Throwing up the other ones. And then what else didn't I throw up? I think I threw up everything. No, here's an interiors from Boy and the Bot too. I could throw that up too. But let's throw up Catalina first.
Sure.
Very cool.
You like it? Awesome. So one of the books. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So one of the things that we're working towards, and again, when I first started this and wanting to put this story together, it was really like I knew I wanted to draw it, but I know I was wearing so many hats that it was going to take me a long runway to kind of get to it, right, and to complete pages and what have you, because it's been just a lot of stop and go with all the other stuff.
Right.
So I knew that this was going to be like a year 3 type of project or a year 4 project because it was going to take me that long. And so in between all the other stuff, I'll stay up all night and just draw some pages and do all that. And so this is just a couple of samples. And in the book itself, so in The Boy and the Bot, and this kind of goes back to that moment, there's a moment in The Boy and the Bot at the very beginning or towards the beginning when the MacGuffin of the story, the thumbnail drive, is given from the boy's father to one of his best friends that he trusts with this information, this character Frank.
Yeah.
At the very end, when one of the last moments we see Catalina is when she's pursuing him and that thumb drive. While that's happening, we as the audience, as the reader, are staying with the Boy and the Bot team, the mercenaries that are going after the father, right? So we don't really see what happens with her and her pursuit of Frank until we see Frank later captured and what happens there. But there was clearly a moment in time, this is where the narrative came from, there was clearly a moment of time where she was right behind him, but he got away with enough time in between to be able to get the thumb drive, do what was asked of him by his friend Jack, the father, and destroy it, etc. So I knew there was a block of time that I wanted to explain. So that became the intersection between The Boy and the Bot and this Catalina story.
Right.
And what we see here is that moment in time. So what you're seeing is the first tease of some of that. And this, I call this as my sort of sex, violence, and vengeance story in the sense that we see her pursue Frank, and this is on the page, I think, prior to this, you'll see that intersection. I think it's on page 1 and 2. What we see is we open up this book with almost like a flashback, like a reminder of like, hey, here's that scene from The Boy and the Bot where we overlap with that narrative. And then here's where the story takes off on its own. And what we see is we see her pursue Frank in the alley. And then as she's in the alley, these guys come out of the alley. Yeah, perfect. And if you go towards the end, and then what we see in the alley, this is the sample book. Yeah, so that's perfect. So like here, for instance, like here's those pages from the actual Boy and the Bot comic, where she's sitting there and she's overhearing Frank and Jack talking. Jack, runs away because he realizes that he's being pursued. Frank, overwhelmed by the situation when Catalina kills the bartender, who is the only eyewitness to this event. And after that, she exits the back of the bar in pursuit of Frank. And that's where we pick up with the Catalina story. If you go a few pages down into the PDF. So again, here we go with Jack and that story. But as we go through this, yes, towards the end of the PDF, I think.
Yeah, sorry, while I'm trying to scroll really quick and it's not going fast.
Oh, there we are.
Here we go.
So for instance, like there now you see, and we purposely rendered beautiful. This is Catalina.
That cover is insane.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like so that the drawing I did for that, the reason for that cover was that I wanted her to feel like there's all this death around her, and like that's her peaceful place, right? When you go swimming, you're kind of relaxing, kind of floating in the pool. Like this is her in her comfort. This is the world she lives in. This is the world she knows, right? So this is her comfort zone. So she's sort of basking in the death and destruction that she's created, right? And that was sort of the idea for what I wanted to do for that cover. And Ren did a fantastic job of like capturing the water, like her just kind of like swimming in this ocean of death, right? And there's all these people around her that she's killed, right? Because she's been an assassin most of her adult life. Yeah. And one of the things we wanted to play with is obviously Catalina gives it that action adventure, again, very kind of John Wick, Death Wish, Kill Bill kind of vibe. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I was playing with, and I just wanted to call it, which was like called the subtitle for this, it's Catalina One Crazy Bitch is the name of the story. And it's purposeful in the sense that when she meets up with those folks in the alley and she does what she does to them, she leaves one of them, again, I'm not going to ruin too much of the story here, but she leaves one of them alive. And towards the end, he's like basically says to her, basically she's one crazy bitch for not knowing who she just messed with. But in reality, they don't know who they just mess with. Right. So that's sort of the play on those words.
That's incredible. That's so cool. That right there.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, so like if you go to the page prior, so you'll
above,
see the one right above it. Yeah. Cool. So like that very first page, when we opened the story, we opened with a retelling of Rafael Herrero's artwork from The Boy and the Bot. So it becomes like so I redrew some of his pages. So like those first 4 panels up top, those are my drawings there. And then I recreated Raphael so that has that sort of memory of those moments from The Boy and the Bot. And I pointed it in that blue kind of color, again, to give it that sort of almost flashbacky kind of vibe to it, even though it's happening in the here and now. And then I wanted her in 4 color, full color, so that it's like, all right, now we're stepping out into her narrative, right? And then when we get to the next page, it's right where that her storyline left off in The Boy and the Bot in that scene. And now she's in pursuit of Frank. And that's why when Ren was talking about earlier about the guy in the green shirt, that's the guy who's talking about. And I purposely keep him in shadow because he's not pertinent. He's not important to this story, other than he brings her into basically his running brings her into this moment, right? So she's in pursuit of Frank, and out comes these guys from this club. She runs into them, and ultimately they think they're going to best her. And she very quickly turns the tables because they just messed with the wrong woman, essentially. And she flips the script on them. And so these are the first, 4 pages of the opening of that story, which functions as almost like a prologue to the actual narrative. So we start with this scene, then it'll go into like the credits, the title page, and then it'll start with, then the story begins after The Boy and the Bot 3 ends. And it goes right from there. So again, this becomes that intersection of where the story crosses over, and then it's its own tale from that point forward. And we get to stay with her a little bit after the journey of The Boy and the Bot Book 3, and the changes that she went through as an outcome of the climax of that story, the epilogue where we'll see a little bit of that, and then this becomes her story. And right now, it's almost pretty much writing itself as I'm drawing pages as I go. I have the story beats and the structure of the story all outlined. Obviously, beginning, middle, and end is all laid out. But however many pages I want to take to make it, in my head right now, I'm thinking it's a 48-page, story. It may go more than that. I don't know. It's just a matter of how many pages I want to spend to tell it. And so here you'll see like she's engaging with essentially this Russian mafia group that owns like this nightclub. They engage with her. She lays waste to them. And ultimately where the revenge story of this comes into place is that she kills the mafia boss's son in this moment when she takes her high heel and she jams it into his eye socket. Again, that's what
we're seeing right here.
Yes, exactly. And that's a very over the top. Yeah, so here he is like trying to harass her, and then she headbutts him. She breaks his jaw with the punch. And then she takes her high heel and she jams it into his eye socket. And then she pulls it back, and you can see his eyeball flinging in the background in that last panel. What was it? Panel.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So his eyeball goes.
I'm trying to get it into the frame. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
If I.
And so she lays.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So you can see everybody that.
Yes.
Oh wait, right there's his eyeball.
yeah. And and again, and talking with Ren on this project, it was like I wanted those neon lights. I wanted that sort of those hits, like they're being bathed in this neon between the blues and the pinks and so forth. So just for this scene, and eventually when we go inside the club later in the book and stuff, it'll have more of that. They're being bathed in this kind of light. And but it's over the top violence. It's again it's sexy, it's violent, it's revenge, it's like all the things that we love about some of those kind of action films, and like I said, she lays waste to this mafia team, and then ultimately the one guy that she leaves alive, he goes to the mafia boss's father, the son's father, who's the mafia boss, and he wants revenge for the death of his kid. Again, family, right? She has no family, and this is a family. This is a dad.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt before, but I think that's so cool how you made this one, how everything's family related, but even in the one that's not family related, you made it a lack of family, and and how you're painting it around that. So you're it's really cool, really.
Yeah, and we're gonna do like this book will have like flashbacks to her past life and how she became the person that she became while we're telling this current tense sort of storyline. So we'll get a little bit of her origin story as we go through this revenge flick kind of narrative with her. And again, the mafia boss thinks like he's right. I'm going to send my guys to go take care of her. Then again, she flips the script. They don't realize who and what they're messing with.
Right.
And it'll connect to her past eventually, and so on. So these are the first few pages. I'm about maybe 8-9 pages into it right now. Many more to go. So we're looking, hopefully, like I said, to have this book out by the end of next year, or the year after. So, but again, I just wanted to kind of tease, like, this is another book that's coming along. And
it's a nice tease for the fans of Boy in the Bot book 1 too.
Yes,
they're
absolutely.
familiar with the character, right? So it's like, oh wow,
and there's an
shows
opening.
that what you've been saying the whole cast, which is like everything connects in little ways. Like she wasn't an important character at all in there. She was just,
Correct. Yeah. And then there's a scene at the end of book 3, without spoiling anything for Boy in the Bot book 3, that I can't draw it yet because I need Leo to draw it first for Boy in the Bot book 3. And that becomes the second intersection point between essentially book 1 and book 3 that relates to her. And then, like, again, it's just like, it's when something happens in her life that she gets a phone call, and that sends her on this revenge journey, if you will.
Oh, wow.
And while that's happening, like, we'll see in Leo's book that he's drawing, we'll see her pick up the phone and talking to somebody. This is that conversation and that narrative. So there's 2 major intersection points between the Boy in the Bot book 1 and then book 3. So it's all mapped out. Like I said, I'm just in the middle of drawing it, and Ren's doing a fantastic job coloring it. And then after he colors it, I go back and, again, I'm never happy with my own work, as like every typical artist. So I'm always noodling. And literally, we got these pages in, yesterday? I think he finished up the last one, so we can discuss them and share them with the audience today. So
incredible. All right. Well, quite like just inspirational, incredible. The feat that you're taking on and how meticulously you're doing it. I think some people listening maybe would be scared that it might be too much, and it would get no. Just get Boy in the Bot book 1, and you will see immediately how meticulously everything is planted. How just you're using, like, I don't know. Do you have like 7 brains? Because like the way you're your own team, really, and not just in the sense that you're handling everything, but in the sense that you're really looking at everything from every angle. You're the little details in the art, even though you're mostly you're doing the writing and stuff. That I saw how detailed some of the stuff you sent is, but like it's all so perfect. Like it's incredible, really, 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 truly. Something to inspire. It inspires me, honestly. Extremely aspirational. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you for being on the channel. Thank you for choosing to do it here. Really appreciate it. It means the world. Thank you for bringing along all these incredible people. Thank you for putting out these comics in the first place, because they're just incredible comics, and I am a massive comic book fan. So always appreciate it.
Thank you.
And any before we wrap up, and well, let's take a look at Daniel's thing, and then afterwards we'll do a little wrap before final.
There you go. Look at that.
Wow. So cool.
Fantastic. It's coming out amazing. Look at that. Look at that.
He is so good.
I know. You know what that's like when you're sitting there drawing my pages, and then like this stuff comes in, like I mentioned earlier, like when Herna's pages come in, Daniel's pages, I'm like, oh wow. It's good. It's humbling in all the best ways possible, because it makes me want to just get better,
Well, don't be too hard on yourself.
Oh.
You're also mapping out and writing an entire multiple book series. Yeah. That's pretty
smart enough to know to surround myself with very talented people.
and you did just that, Nick Fury. You did just that. That's my new nickname for you, Nick Fury. That's so cool. Yeah.
But
amazing work, Daniel. I don't know if you're listening or not, Daniel, but really, really great work.
Yeah, and Eddie, seriously, thank you for putting this together and hosting this and doing this. This has been incredible. So thank you to everyone. If anyone's the folks that are invited, those that were here, if they're if our guests are still listening, thank you again. This cannot be done without you guys. for me, it was just a dream until these guys came along and helped make it a reality. So thank you. And of course, to those in the audience that are listening to this now, or will, you know, a replay or what have you, thank you for supporting us. This does not get done without your support. So thank you for supporting these projects. Backing the word backing is like, it's used in Kickstarter, but it really means a lot more when you talk about talent and taking a leap of faith and you know, wanting to go out on your own and venture out and sort of put yourself out there in a very different way in terms of saying, hey, I have these stories I want to tell, these characters that I want to share with the world. And none of that is possible without people backing and supporting it, not just financially, but just reading it and engaging with it. So I can't thank everyone enough. So thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for being an inspiration to everybody and for working as hard as you do. And that comes across in the books, that comes across when anybody that we spoke to today. That's just my experience with you. You're just an incredible individual in all regards. So thank you, Tom.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, thank you.
And to everybody, it's been a pleasure. And always keep it geeky.